here today this morning. As rightly said by Albert Einstein, I never teach my pupils, I only attempt to provide the conditions in which they can learn. A look back at COVID-19 and the education sector in 2020 reveals a series of disruptions, which also served as a catalyst to usher in unforeseen changes in the sphere. E-learning soon became the new normal, wherein technology has stepped into the breach and will continue to play a key role in educating future generations. So as we educators grapple with the new ways of communicating with our students away from our classrooms and lecture theaters, it is a good time to reflect on how this disruptive crisis can help us define what learning should look like for Generation Z, Alpha, and beyond. With this thought in mind, let us embark on the 19th virtual Gurugram Progressive Schools Council Annual Conference. This conference aims at ways to pave futuristic pathways to educate children with a shift in this paradigm. A very warm welcome to the August gathering present today for the momentous conference. We are honored to have amongst us a very eminent dignitary, an educationist par excellence, as our honorable chief guest. We welcome Shri Manoj Ahuja sir, IAS Chairman CBSC. Sir, a warm welcome to you. Sir, your achievements have always been a great source of adulation for us. Thank you for your gracious presence.
A bright and beautiful good morning to everybody present here. Keeping with our customs and traditions, we commence the event with the auspicious virtual lamp lighting ceremony. Actually, everything has become virtual now, so even the lamp lighting ceremony, which is a tribute to the goddess Saraswati, the goddess of knowledge. For this ceremony, we invite our respected founder members. We have, for this ceremony, Mrs. Asha Sharma, President SD Adarsh Vidyalaya Gurugram, Mrs. Suman Gulati, Director, Bluebells Gurugram, Dr. Indu Khetrapal, Founder Principal, Salwan Public School Gurugram, and Mrs. Anita Makar, Education Leader and Principal, the HDFC School Gurugram, and Founder Principal of DAV Public School Sector 14. We also invite Mr. P.K. Jain, Patron and former Chairman, Rotary Public School, and all office bearers to do us the honor. Thank you very much. Indeed, this pandemic has taught us that everything is possible on the virtual platform. Okay, and now we have a welcome dance. This dance is Gyanoday towards changing landscapes coordinated by Bluebells schools. The dance is based on the theme Ek Bharat Shresht Bharat, and it beautifully portrays the inclusion of NEP and art integration. It is based on the three dance forms, namely Kathak, Bharatnatyam, and Indian contemporary dance.
Saraswati Namastubhyam Varade Kamarupini Vidyarambham Karishami Siddhi Bhavatu Me Sada.
हे माता सरस्वती, सबकी कामना पूर्ण करने वाली, मैं अपनी विद्या ग्रहण करना आरंभ करता हूँ। मेरे मेरे इस प्रयास को सिद्ध करे।
भारत अनोखा राग है, सौरागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा राग है।
सौरागिनियों से सजा भारत अनोखा राग है। ये प्यार का संगीत है,
ये शादी का गीत है, ये एकता का राग है। भारत अनोखा राग है। सा सा नि धा नि पा, सा सा नि धा नि पा, सा सा ग म प धा नि पा, सा सा ग म प धा नि पा, धा नि पा, सा सा ग म प, सा सा ग म प। Sani ni zaba, ga ga ma ba ma ga ga. Sani ni zaba, ga ma ba sani ba ba. Sani ni zaba, ga ga ma ba ma ga ga. Sani ni ga ba da ma ba ba ma ga ba ma ni da. Sani ni zaba, ga ga ma ba ma ga ga. Sani ni zaba, ga ma ba sani ba ba. Sani ni zaba, ga ga ma ba ma ga ga. Sani ba ba, sani ni za sa ga ma ba ni da. एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत। गाँव गाँव शहर शहर चली रे बढ़ी रे एक लहर। गाँव गाँव शहर शहर चली रे बढ़ी रे एक लहर। बूंदे अनेक कहे सागर है, किरणें अनेक कहे सूरज है, धड़कन अनेक कहे दिल है, बोली अनेक कहे मकसद है। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत। पुरुष के नौ पुत्र हैं हम हैं एक एक हैं हम। नौ पुरुष के नौ पुत्र हैं हम हैं एक एक हैं हम। सबका अपना एक भारत, सबका सपना श्रेष्ठ भारत, सबका मान एक भारत, सबका अभिमान श्रेष्ठ भारत। धरती आसमां एक करे, लक्ष्य की ओर हम बढ़े, रंग देश का दिल में भरे। एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, 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 एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत।
Wow, what a spectacular presentation. Had this presentation been in an auditorium, I know the whole auditorium would have been resounding with applause. And I'm sure everybody at home is also clapping. And just see, every house has been converted into a theater, a stage. Look at the walls. And this is what we human beings are all about. We learn to adjust and to adapt to every situation. Once again, a wonderful congratulations to these children for this mesmerizing performance. There could not have been a better way to start today's program. Now, I take the honor and privilege and pleasure to welcome our guest and to speak about Sir. Our honorable chief guest for the day, Shri Manoj Ahuja, is an IAS officer of 1990 batch from Odisha cadre. He holds BE Mechanical from Thapar Institute of Engineering and Technology, Patiala, MBA from Punjab University, Chandigarh, and Masters in Public Administration, International Development from Harvard University. USA. He joined as chairman CBSC Delhi on 25/2020. Prior to joining as chairman CBSC, Sir Ahuja worked as special director of Lal Bahadur Shastri National Academy of Administration, Mussoorie. He worked in various capacities in his cadre in departments of agriculture, steel and mines, and food and civil supplies department. I request Sir now to take the platform and share his pearls of wisdom with all of us.
Thank you for this introduction and for inviting me to this wonderful function, the 19th annual Gurugram Progressive Schools Council Convention. And I must compliment the organizing committee for setting up such a wonderful virtual conference. And as one of the speakers mentioned, human beings are adaptable. And I've seen how wonderfully the principals who are present here, the teachers and other educationalists have responded in this time of crisis and put in their best. I have heard stories of teachers suddenly faced with a new way of teaching, responding magnificently and in quick time, learning how to use this system of online teaching and trying to ensure that children do not face any learning gaps. And I think kudos to all the educationalists who have ensured that learning continued in their schools during this time of pandemic, which spread across the country and across the world, and we are still grappling with it. I think I must also compliment the children who had put up a wonderful dance performance. And I think themes selected for the conference are also very topical, talking about re-engineering classroom technology, you're talking about redefining assessment, social and emotional learning, beyond COVID-19, NEP 2020. And you've already captured, the saying somebody put up what Albert Einstein said about education. He says that we should, rather than teach, create conditions which are conducive for education. And the dance had a lot of themes from the NEP, integration of science, of mathematics, of holistic progress cards. So I think everybody is already aware about the NEP, what the NEP talks about, what it means. But I'll just take this opportunity, 10 or 15 minutes, to also highlight some of the aspects on which CBSE is working on and on which I think the schools and teachers will be working on immediately in the coming year. I think first, we've already announced the timings of the board exams and the date sheets would be coming out. But I feel something very important is since we were, most of the learning was online learning, as schools begin to reopen and children start coming to school, we will have to put in a system to assess learning gaps. It'll be different amongst children. Children have different access to technologies. Children may be learning very differently on their own. So it's very important for schools to set up systems in a very informal and a nice way where you can assess learning gaps. And when they come back to school, put in a system so that we take a period of, let's say, 1 month or something. We know what the learning gaps are. Maybe special emphasis on each student so that the learning gaps get covered, so that this doesn't become continuous. Research globally has shown that in times of disasters, if there are learning gaps and they are not addressed in time, then these learning gaps linger on. Research has also shown that focused remedial attention to students who have learning gaps can ensure that these learning gaps get immediately bridged. And I think that's something very important we need to focus on and work upon. I think the new education policy, like you pointed out in the wonderful dance put up by the students, tries essentially to shift from what we call rote learning to something which is more natural to the way children learn. So it's not that we are doing something very new, it's something very inherent in every child. Every child is curious. So we would try to, the whole attempt is to try and create conditions where children can use their natural curiosity to learn, enable them to learn, and therefore the assessment, the conditions in the school, the pedagogy, and the interaction in the school would all be designed around it. And I'll come to that later. So essentially, I think the fundamental one or two things which would be coming, which should be formalized, would be foundational literacy and numeracy mission. Tentatively, it will be announced in the month of March. And all of us are aware that children, if they're not able to read or do not have basic numeracy skills, it's very difficult for them to then comprehend, because comprehension and understanding depends on them being able to do basic reading and basic numeracy. So this mission would be launched in March, and it has a very strict timelines. We ensure to bring about foundational literacy and numeracy by 2025. And I think the schools will have to play a major role in bringing this about. Second is the early childhood care and education. Again, research in the field of neuroscience and on development of human brain has very clearly indicated that the first 8 years are very, very fundamental to a child's growth. And that is why the ECCE, many of our schools have kindergarten and pre-kindergarten classes, but to have some kind of a framework as to what would be the curriculum. Obviously, it will be very child-friendly, activity-based, using toy pedagogy. But the idea is not to lose those formative years when a child's cognitive processes and his other skills, social, emotional skills, are getting developed, so that we don't lose the opportunity. That will be another major change which would come about. A number of schools, CBSE schools, do have nursery, kindergarten, and these classes. And where they have, I'm sure there'll be a lot of learning from their experience, which could be shared throughout the country. Coming now to the basic change in curriculum and pedagogy, and here I'll quote from a para from the National Education Policy itself. It says, the objective is curriculum and pedagogy should be transformed in order to minimize rote learning. And that is one of the major grievances against our present education system, that it encourages rote learning. So that is one of the fundamental changes in the curriculum and pedagogy, which is envisaged in the new education policy. So it will try and minimize rote learning and instead encourage holistic development and 21st century skills such as critical thinking, creativity, scientific temper, communication, collaboration, multilingualism, problem solving, ethics, social responsibility, and digital literacy. It also mentions that there should be curricular integration of essential skills like scientific temper, evidence-based thinking, creativity and innovativeness, sense of aesthetics, and art. And therefore, the emphasis in the new education policy, of which you gave an example in the dance performance, is to bring about experiential learning, project-based learning, integration of art, integration of sports, and interdisciplinary thematic learning, with the emphasis on a child where he learns. We create conditions and he's able to learn on his own, rather than being spoon-fed or being conditioned to learn in a very structured and a very defined manner. And I think this changes fundamental. I've seen that many of the schools have been bringing it into life. CBSE also had in the last 1 or 2 years has come out with a series of manuals and a series of courses. For example, there is a course on experiential learning, which is very good. I would encourage everybody to have a look at it, on competency-based education. So in terms of curriculum and bringing about the changes in pedagogy, I think this is one of the focus areas. And I would request all the schools to come together, create resources, share their experiences with each other. And CBSE would definitely like to, if whatever technical help is needed in terms of putting up a platform, we could do that. So that will be one major change which would be coming around. For the teachers, it mandates about 50 hours of continuous professional development. And I think that should be encouraged because this change in pedagogy and curriculum, in the way class transactions are done, would be wholly, and I think to a very large extent, dependent on our teachers, who have done an exemplary job, and I'm sure they would do it. be able to bring about what the new education policy envisages to life. Having said that, I feel it's education is a system as a whole, and we can't tinker with it in bits and pieces. Naturally, pedagogy, curriculum, assessment, they are all linked. And we are expecting the national curriculum framework, which NCERT has been tasked with, to be completed within a year. And thereafter, as you know, the process of syllabus, curriculum, etc., would be coming around. But this time, the focus would be on competencies and learning outcomes. And we in CBSE are also trying to bring about changes in assessment. You're already aware that in the board exams, we have already announced that every year, 10%, there'll be a 10% increase in questions, which are competency-based, involve critical thinking, or involve higher order thinking skills, and are contextual and application based. So it will help students who understand the topic rather than students who would be depending on rote learning. And therefore, it should bring about a shift in the pedagogy in the entire system, because the assessment patterns do make a lot of difference. So the second thing we are trying to do in assessment is in a competency-based assessment, competencies and the items which are designed in the exam should test those competencies and should be standardized. For example, our board exams are attempts, we are putting in attempts that the board exam is standardized to that extent and should be a globally accepted exam, a certificate exam, that if a student has passed class 12th board exam or class 10th board exam, then he is assessed on the competencies and in a standard manner, which is accepted globally. That we are working on that. Assessment would also involve assessment rather from negative or rating children would serve as a positive feedback mechanism, and rather than focusing on just purely cognitive skills, would have to be more of a diversified 360-degree approach with social emotional skills, his relationships, his values, about his health. And therefore, the new education policy talks about a holistic progress report card. CBSE is working on it along with NCERT, and we hope to pilot it in the coming academic year and roll it out on a larger basis in the year next to that. The new education policy also talks about an assessment which is to be used as a development feedback at class 3, 5, and 8. And this would be on key competencies. This will not be an exam where students are graded or you can have pass or fail, but rather as a feedback to the school in terms of broad how the students are faring in terms of broad competencies, how they're attaining it, so that they can, taking it as a feedback, they could focus on hotspots or the hard spots or misconceptions and try and find out areas where they need to intervene. Again, CBSE is working on it, and we would be piloting it this year and rolling it out on a much larger scale in the coming year. And this will be based on learning outcomes and competencies. Along with that, we would be encouraging schools. We are developing training programs, and we'll be interacting with schools to ensure that competency-based assessment becomes more common, and slowly our teachers are aware about the methods for that. So technical documents are being prepared, and then training programs so that item development can be done, because these changes would come gradually. So over 2 or 3 years, we should be able to shift the entire system towards competency based learning in different classes. I think after that, something very important which I would like to talk about is I've talked about the pillars about the assessment reforms in assessment, pedagogy, teachers' capacity building. And the fourth thing we would be focusing on under the new education policy is to come up with ease of schooling. So our stakeholder engagement would be heavily enabled through technology to make it simple, to make it data-driven, to make it transparent. Our processes with schools, for example, our process of affiliation, or the process where students register for exams, or where students themselves have to bring about changes in certificates. We are trying to work on to re-engineer systems so that any interaction of any stakeholder, be it a student, be it a school or a principal, is is open, transparent, and an experience which is very easy rather than being difficult and time consuming. So we are working on all of that, and hopefully we should be rolling out these programs in our interaction with different schools. CBSE schools, are in a way pioneers in the country. A number of elements which are talked about in the new education policy, schools have been working with. You had the CC earlier, and a lot of schools have with wonderful examples of interdisciplinary learning, integration of art, and the talent is enormous in these CBSE schools. So I think one of the roles which we would have to play is to share things with each other. We have the concept of Sahodaya, we have the concepts of hubs of learning. So sharing our resources, CBSE definitely would play a role in setting up platforms, is something very important. And then sharing these resources and our understanding and our feedback with the rest of the schools in the country. I think that's a very challenging role which we should accept, because when we talk about education in the country, it's not about CBSE, it's also about other schools. And one of the values which we should have is sharing whatever we know with other schools in the country, so that the aims and the objectives of the new education policy are implemented much faster and rolled out across the country. And coming to this conference, I would once again like to thank the members for inviting me. And I was looking at the session plans. You've called very eminent speakers. I do hope that the deliberations in the conference would be fruitful for all of you who are attending this. And I do look forward to the minutes and the proceedings of the conference, so that wherever you feel the CBSE has to act on certain issues, we'll be very happy to. And at the end, I'd like to wish everybody here a very good time at the conference, and hope it'll be beneficial to everybody who's attending this, and be a path breaker in terms of moving ahead in the times to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. They have really inspired us and motivated us, so that all of us, we as teachers, are really able to adapt ourselves to the new education policy, the latest pedagogy that the NEP has come up with. So thank you so much, sir. And now may I seek and permission on behalf of GPSC fraternity to permit us to release the GPSC souvenir, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for the permission. In the 21st century, the whole landscape of education has been radically transformed, and learning is lauded as an important core value. This has necessitated the blending of all aspects of learning, a holistic experience, changes in curriculum, assessment patterns, incorporation of skill-building subjects, progressive initiatives outlined by NEP 2020 to address the varying needs of learners. There has been a tremendous growth in human potential, leading to a change in the existing mindset. The general education curriculum has become skill-based to fall in line with the employability needs, and future learners must be provided with a highly personalized, adaptive, relevant educational experience. Therefore, the futuristic classroom calls for collaboration and creativity. GPSC magazine is a compendium to the beliefs and practices that have been embraced by the school to cultivate a culture of critical thinking, thus creating inquiring minds. Proceeding with our program, may I now request Ma'am Aparna Eri, Chairperson GPSC, Principal DAV Public School Sector 14 Gurugram, to address the congregation. Ma'am is an eminent educationist, having an extensive and immense reservoir of teaching and administrative experience. To her credit, I welcome Ma'am to report.
A very good morning everybody. Warm greetings of the day to everyone present here. I welcome our esteemed chief guest, Chairman CBSE, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji. Welcome, sir. It was really nice listening to your pearls of wisdom. The past has been unusual. The pandemic, the lockdown, the scare of infection brought everything to a standstill. But extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures, and we saw our social community worldwide rise up to this brave challenge. Our medical fraternity and health workers met this challenge head on, fortifying themselves day after day. Teaching learning process saw an unprecedented paradigm shift in the teaching pedagogy, and I am proud to say that our teachers braved this test with elan, equipping themselves for online classes almost overnight, going from strength to strength as the days progressed. I hope we continue to fulfill our responsibility as mentors and guides with equal fervor in times to come. I welcome all the school principals and delegates to the 19th GPSC Annual Conference. I heartily welcome our patron Shri P.K. Jain, former chairman Rotary Public School and a renowned industrialist. I take this opportunity to welcome our founder members, Mrs. Asha Sharma, President SD Adarsh Vidyalaya School, Mrs. Suman Gulati, Director Bluebell School, Dr. Indu Khetrpal, Founder Principal Salvan Gurgaon, and Mrs. Anita Makkar, Founder Principal DAV School Gurgaon. I extend a warm welcome to our Vice Chairperson, Mrs. Dhriti Malhotra, from Manav Rachna International School, Secretary Mrs. Aarti Chopra, Principal MET International School Sector 46, Joint Secretary Mrs. Arpita Acharya, Officiating Principal Bluebells Public School Sector 10, and our Treasurer Dr. Indu Khetrpal, Founder Principal Salvan Public School. The 21st century is undoubtedly an era that has exponentially increased the growth of human potential. From technological advancements such as the internet and artificial intelligence to the spread of urban development throughout the globe, the modern age has never been more prosperous. And yet, with this optimism comes a congruent fear of what the future holds. The continuous dwindling of natural resources amidst the growing world population, the fluctuating global market and e-commerce, the inundating flood of uncontrolled information, and now this global pandemic are just some of the 21st century problems that need to be addressed. The CBSE Sahodaya School Complexes Gurgaon chapter is a voluntary association of 37 schools that has come together to create a platform to share ideas and best practices in the fields of education management, value-oriented school climate, professional growth of teachers, effective evaluation system, and human resource mobilization. It is an endeavor to achieve excellence in education to keep in sync with the new world order. It aims to promote and develop social, cultural, and educational development amongst the members. The Council strives to increase capacity building, to galvanize professionalism, and host inter-school activities to enhance the creativity of the students. CBSE Sahodaya School Complexes Gurgaon chapter activities have thus comprised a book fair, science exhibition, debates, health mela, sports meet, and such other varied activities which have immensely contributed in providing a rich educational landscape to the students. All these activities are based on the multiple intelligences. I will give a glimpse of the different events which were conducted under the aegis of GPSC in 2021. From April 27 to May 23rd, 2020, Amity International School Sector 23 organized an online cyber bus. On 1st December 2020, Amity International School Sector 43 organized Cognit Vita Spiritus to raise awareness about mental health of the young students affected due to the restrictions imposed on their daily activities owing to the pandemic. Delhi Public School Sector 45 conducted CAPEX Invitum 2020 on July 27th. It included a vast array of individual and group competitions like Blow Art Attack, Mindstorm, Rhythmic Intellection, and many more. DEV Public School Sector 49 conducted Tech Smart from July 18 to August 4th. The GPSC event was specially curated with 16 creatively crafted experiences like Code War, graffiti, etc. An inter-school classical dance competition was organized by Summerfield School on August 8th. The theme was patriotism. DAV Public School Sector 14 Gurugram organized the economics meet in the month of August. Students participated in the events like corporate roadies, Money Manga, Rockonomics, etc. The 11th edition of annual event at Manav Rachna International School Sector 46, India Calling 2020, based on the theme Novomesh Ek Atmanirbhar Bharat, rolled out the carpet on 18th of August. BBPS Paranathon was held at Bluebells Public School Sector 10 on 22nd of August, where events like Artist Abode, Off the Hook, Verse versus Verse, Acropolis provided much needed platform to the fiery competitors. Atulya Bharat, an inter-school competition included activities such as Charitra Manchan, Kahani Manchan, Samuchita Chitrakala was conducted by Bal Bharati Public School, Manesar. Delhi Public School, Pataudi organized story narration, Oodles of Doodles under the inter-school competition Giving Wings to Your Dreams on 26th of August. Do the Impossible was the theme for the online competitions under Xavenium, virtuals held at St. Xavier's High School, Sector 49 on 28th and 29th of August. Pratibim, a virtual inter-school competition, was organized by GD Goenka Public School, Sector 48 on 29th of August. St. Xavier's High School, Sector 49, collaborated with IBC Delhi and hosted webinar on career guidance for students of grades 9 to 12 on 30th September 2020. Aravali Public School, Firozpur Jhirka, Noon, organized Symphonia, an extravaganza of talents from 6th to 10th of October. An inter-school PPT competition was conducted by SN Siddheshwar Senior Secondary Public School, Sector 9A, on 15th of October. The topic of the competition was Impact of COVID-19 on Indian Economy. Delhi Public School, Sushant Lok organized Encrypt on 16th and 17th of October. On 7th November, ST Adarsh Vidyalaya Sector 47 organized Abhivyakti, an inter-school competition of weaving a story around a digital spinning wheel with 20 participating schools. They also conducted Indian Heritage Quiz competition on 23rd December. Ridge Valley School, DLF Phase 4 Gurgaon organized Paricharcha, an invitational debate on 21st and 22nd of November. In an effort to celebrate the grandeur of languages and appreciate them in their varied moods and genres, Bluebells Model School Sector 4 organized La Fête de la Langue, a festival of languages, on 29th and 30th of November. CCA School Sector 4 Gurugram organized Unexplored Realms on 19th December. Tech, Share and Care, digital technology in designing solutions for the world achieving the SDGs 2030 was held at Ridge Valley School, DLF, Phase 4. While taking care of students' needs to blossom into wholesome personalities, our teaching faculty was also always in our minds. A series of webinars were conducted for their benefit and professional growth. A webinar on the new leadership model post-COVID-19 was organized on 29th May. Dr. Amita Mulavatal, Principal, Springdale School, Pusa Road, New Delhi, was our resource person, and she discussed about the changing role of teachers in the post-COVID-19 era. Dr. Ashok Pandey, Director, Alcon Group of Schools, Mayur Vihar, New Delhi, addressed school leaders and teachers on blended learning, the way ahead, on 5th of June. He shared a 7-point strategy to enhance blended learning opportunities, and an idea generation tip to equip the leadership and prepare better for the future was also discussed. Dr. Rajesh Hasija, Director, Indraprastha Group of Schools, West Delhi, addressed the teaching fraternity of Gurgaon on online learning, a new normal, on 12th June. The objective of this initiation was to empower the teachers to handle the current situation more effectively. On 19th June, Dr. Dilip Mukherjee, a visionary thought leader, breakthrough catalyst, innovation strategist and designer of learning ecosystems, talked about winning outcomes in the current and post-pandemic education domain for India. To empower the teachers to handle the current situation more effectively and enable them to mentor their pupils to emerge as winners by being ready for the future, Professor Marma Mukhopadhyay, Chairman, ETMA Council and member ETMA Trust, and Dr. Subhash Chandra, Department of Education, University of Delhi, addressed the teachers. This webinar was held on 26th of June 2020. Mrs. Anita Makkar, Director and Principal HDFC School, Ms. Aditi Mishra, Director Principal DPS Sector 45 Gurugram, and Ms. Alka Singh, Principal Bluebells Model School Sector 4, addressed the teachers on art integration on 24th of July. On 7th of August, Ms. Aarti Chopra, Principal Amity International School Sector 46, Ms. Dhriti Malhotra, Director Principal Manav Rachna International School Sector 46, and Ms. Aparna Airy, Principal DAV Public School Sector 14, talked to the teachers about decoding the new education policy. It was asserted that NEP 2020 came in as a breath of fresh air, liberating students from the rote learning. I will repeat again. It was asserted that NEP came in as a breath of fresh air, liberating students from the traditional clutches of rote learning and reproducing content. A webinar on assessment of learning was conducted by Ms. Anuradha Handa, Principal GD Goenka Public School Sector 48, Ms. Arpita Acharya, Principal Bluebells Public School Sector 10, and Dr. Anshu Arora, Principal Amity International School Sector 43 on 21st of August. The presentation focused on e-learning, focusing on assessment of learning or mainly summative assessments, an instrument to measure students' proficiency and document the academic readiness. Contemplating on the current scenario and to inspire, motivate, and train educators, GPSC brought a learning platform for the education institutes to reimagine every aspect of education, right from curricular provisions, instructional materials, pedagogical processes, mode of delivery to mode of assessment on 28th of August in a webinar conducted by Ms. Rashmi Malik, Principal Salwan Public School, Gurgaon, Ms. Charu Mani, Principal DAV Public School Sector 49, and Dr. Nilima Prakash, Principal Lions Public School Sector 10. Salwan Public School Sector 15, Gurugram, organized an interactive workshop for the art educators of primary and middle school on 19th of December. The key points discussed during the workshop were art integration, experiential learning, web tools for teaching art, project-based learning, changing role of art educator, and what makes our classroom a happy place to learn. On December 19th, MIT International School Sector 46 Gurugram organized a workshop on PISA framework for assessment, a discussion on the 3 core subjects of PISA, that is reading, literacy, mathematics literacy, science literacy using various online tools. It was an exceptional year and we braved it splendidly. Despite the lockdown and the innumerable restraints, we have managed a fruitful year. We have proved our resilience and tenacity, our dedication and adaptability, our focus and concentration, yet again. We are facilitators, but before that we are learners, lifelong learners who are accompanying our students on a journey of exploration and reflection. Last year, we talked about the core competencies of the 21st century, and this year we put them into use for fruitful learning in the classroom, but also ensure that students can thrive in a world where change is constant and learning never stops. Thus, the theme of this conference is all the more relevant to equip us and prepare us to be worthy facilitators for our children, the citizens of tomorrow. I wish everybody all the best for today's conference. And thank you to all the esteemed members for being with us today. Have had nice and enjoyed the conference today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, indeed, for apprising us with the events and achievements of the past year, which definitely goes on to show that under the dynamic leadership of all our principals, education has gone on, not just academics, but in extracurricular workshops, seminars, Children have been interacting, principals have been interacting, teachers have been interacting, and everything has gone on just the way, and I might even say even better than before. So education is definitely in very, very strong and secure hands. Thank you very much, ma'am. And now, with a deep sense of pride, it gives me great pleasure and honor to welcome Shri P.K. Jain, a renowned industrialist and founder member and patron of GPSC. Sir, you're requested to address the gathering.
Kindly unmute yourself. Jen, sir, please unmute yourself.
Sir, you're requested to unmute.
Mute. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, IAS Chairman CBSE, Aparna Ari, Chairperson Gurgaon Progressive Schools Council, members of the committee, principals of the schools, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to one and all for joining us at the 19th Annual Conference of Gurgaon Progressive School Council. Let me thank Ahuja ji for his precious time and his motivational, wonderful opening remarks. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being with us. Friends, like every year, the conference hosts many events such as motivational medley by principals, re-engineering classroom technologies, redefining assessment, assessing skills in a changing landscape, social and emotional learning, etc., etc. But this year, this conference holds a special value because this is the first conference in the history of GPSC where the entire conference is taking place on a digital platform. My compliments to the organizers for this. Due to the changing time caused by the COVID-19, it is desirable that the participants to stay safe and maintain social distancing, as a result of which this conference will be the first of many conferences in the future that will be conducted remotely through the use of use of advanced technologies such as augmentation reality and virtual reality. Friends, GPSC has come a long way since 2000 and has surpassed the various challenges that our education system has faced over the year and has adapted to the changing technological trends in the country. It's a matter of sincere delight for me to be present here today on the occasion of 19th Conference of Gurgaon Progressive Schools. Changing landscape, the futuristic pathways for education 21st century is an excellent topic for discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, I recall with great fondness the honor conferred on me to be the first chairman of this council. The council is essentially an outcome of the enlightened version of its founding members, such as Anita Makkar, Dr. Indu Khetrapal, Suman Gulati, Asha Sharma, Gulshan Diwan. As Babasaheb Bhimrao Ambedkar had said, an idea needs propagation as much as a plant needs watering. Otherwise, both will wither and die. I am therefore glad that this council is nurturing talent and fostering excellence with a clear focus. This council was constituted as a voluntary association of schools in a given area, who through mutual choices have agreed to come together for a systematic and system-wide renewal of the total educational process. With these words, I once again congratulate Gurgaon Progressive Schools and inviting me for this event. You have a wonderful time and event. We all wish you the best. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your wonderful words. It's always a pleasure having you here with us. Hope and resilience have been the cornerstone of 2020. As educators and school leaders, we have tried to keep alive among all stakeholders at school. Here's a presentation from some principals of the GPSC sharing their belief that we shall overcome. Beautiful. How inspirational. What a motivation. You know, if I had the creative rights of this song, today I would change and tweak the words slightly and say, not we shall overcome, but we have overcome. What a year it has been. And with the energy and exuberance of our leaders trickling down to the teachers and further to the students, we know that education has overcome this pandemic, and we have done a wonderful and magnificent job. Thank you for this beautiful presentation by all our principals. Now, moving ahead, I take the opportunity to welcome Dr. Harish Chaudhary, Sir, Assistant Professor, IIT Delhi. Sir did his schooling from the Doon School, Dehradun, BTech in Chemical Engineering from IIT Kanpur, PGDM in Marketing Behavioral Science from IIM Bangalore, and PhD from IIT Delhi. After an illustrious career in the corporate world, he joined academics as a faculty with the Department of Management Studies, IIT Delhi, wherein he has conducted more than 20 training programs for school teachers on management imperatives for educational institutions in India and abroad. Sir, indeed, it is an honor to have you with us here today, and we welcome you and request you to share your views and opinions on the themes of today's conference. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Anju ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yes, sir, you're audible. Thank you, sir.
We are running about 10 minutes behind schedule, so I believe we'll catch up a little during the break. I'll reduce my presentation from my 10 minutes to maybe about 8 minutes. But I would request that Professor Pant, who's a doyen in the education field and my senior and a tremendous, wonderful person, should stick to his allotted 20 minutes. आदरणीय मनोज जी, मुझे ज्ञात नहीं है कि अभी मनोज जी हमारे साथ हैं या नहीं है, मगर मुझे बड़ा गर्व है कि हमें एक बहुत ही निष्ठावान आध्यात्मिक क्षमता रखने वाले कार्यकुशल सर्वोच्च स्तर के, अगर मैं कहूं एकेडमिक चेयरमैन के रूप में मिले हैं। कस्तूरी रंगन जी से कुछ वार्ताएं हुई, संपर्क हुआ एनईपी के दौरान, एनईपी के पश्चात, and I think the NEP has come at just the right time, probably a little too late, but a wonderful document. We're going to talk a lot about NEP today, and we've been talking about it. I've had the occasion to listen deliberations by both by Kasturi Rangan ji and Manoj ji. I only hope it doesn't go the CC way or the National Curriculum Framework, Value Education Framework. The reason I'm saying that is we seem to be brilliant in manufacturing documents of policy. Our implementation often lacks. At the same time, if I look at the future landscapes coming from a historical perspective, it is very difficult to forecast, but history does give us some ideas into the future and what may and what can happen. Historically, I believe India had a very rich Gurukul system. Probably some parallels from the Egyptian system, the works of Plato and Socrates, the Republic. I believe history tells us that we had some wonderful universities, Takshila and Nalanda. And then, जो हमारी सोने की चिड़िया थी, I'm borrowing a word from Amita Mittul's vocabulary, कहीं खो गई, because we didn't embrace technology. We concentrated a lot more on culture, social, created a divide in the society, created a caste system which the Western world, including Karl Marx, could never understand. And systematically, through the Mughal era, through the British era, the Macaulay era, I'm going to rush a little forward, and the Bori era, the word I borrowed from Dr. D.N. Singh of Jawahar Vidya Mandir. तो उस जमाने में हमारे पिताजी, I'm talking about maybe the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, बोरी, दवात और तख्ती लेकर स्कूल जाया करते थे और अपनी बोरी बिछाकर एक मास्टर जी सारी कक्षाओं को एक साथ गांव में पढ़ाते थे. We moved on and education was a priority. I recollect when I was a child in school, the government school Muzaffarnagar was the best school Muzaffarnagar. When I joined IIT Kanpur, the Kendriya Vidyalaya Kanpur was the best school of Kanpur. Things changed, and very fortunately for us, private capital flowed in, the non-government schools came in. The middle and the upper class of the country. And my belief is, it is these schools, the schools that are represented here today by eminent scholars, by wonderful teachers and principals, who have to shape the society. Schools are a microcosm of the society, but the schools also have the potential collectively to impact the society. The pandemic has been difficult. We have sailed through it wonderfully. If I may say, these schools have sailed through it wonderfully, the schools that are represented here, but many have failed. Many schools who are catering to the economically weaker sections have totally failed. We know all that story. We know the good and the bad. We know the digital divide that has occurred. We know the assessment gaps that Manoj sir referred to. We are looking for answers. Will there be answers? But if I look into the future and try to gauge the future and that being the outcome, then we have some major issues. My belief is, in the digital mode, once again, talking specifically of these schools that we are talking about and we are representing, the quality of teaching has improved. The teachers have done a wonderful job, embraced technology, supported by NEP, CBSE. They've done a wonderful job. Teaching has clearly improved and learning has clearly gone down. Our focus from teaching to learning needs to be addressed. 3, education needs to be understood more than curricular subjects. The internet, the Googling, made the information delivery of the teachers redundant, and rightly NAP is pointing towards critical thinking, creativity, project-based learning, and all that. We know that. But at the same time, it was Dr. Radhakrishnan who had said that there are two types of education. One that teaches you how to earn a living, and the other which teaches you how to live. I think somewhere the second part is getting lost. I'm very excited I would have loved to listen to the session 3 on emotional and social learning by very eminent speakers. Unfortunately, I have a class at the moment. I'll hope to get the recordings. I have a class to address for my MBA students during that portion. The context of education needs to be understood. Clearly, the future of education is going to be blended learning. How blended? Time will tell. 2, our teachers have become more focused. The quality of education will improve. Once again, I'm talking of delivery and teaching and not of learning. If, and again, I'm borrowing from my dear friend Debashish Chatterjee of I Am Kozhikode, if people could understand this dilemma, if computers can think like human beings, it would be a great advantage. But if men start thinking like computers, that would be a disaster. I want to ponder about what part and what component of this digital connectivity we take on. 2, as I said at the beginning, technology cannot be avoided. And to bring in culture, values, and technology together, we need to go back a little. Our erstwhile President of India, Abdul Kalam's book, Wings of Fire, clearly brings it out. Education will get universalized. At the same time, if we are not careful, it might lead to another economic slavery. This morning I was reading the newspaper. 30 countries are coming together for a workshop conference discussion on banning nuclear arms. And the 9 countries that possess nuclear arms, the developed countries, are not participating. So history tells us that there is the good and the bad that lives together. And to create an equitable society, we need to reduce our divides, the economic divide, the literacy divide, the digital divide, social divide, the economic divide. So I'm going to just look at what are our benchmarks and what should we look at in the future. And to quote from the website of University of Waterloo, excellent education sans values will result in producing world-class criminals. A school dropout might steal a bag from a train. An Ivy League graduate, a gold medalist, can steal the whole train. We need to be careful of what kind of leadership we are producing. So, to create a humane and a stable society, we somewhere need to integrate values, ethics. With due respect, I have read, reread, reread, listened to NEP discourses, presentations. I've seen the schedule of various conferences being conducted across the country. I think that is one area we need to integrate somewhere. And with that, I'll stop here. If we could bring in a sense of morality, and if, with due respect, my school, the Doon School, can review its vision of producing an aristocracy of service to, if I may say, a socially, emotionally strong leadership, तो हम एक संवेदनशील समाज का निर्माण कर सकेंगे. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for holding our hands and leading us towards a new path of new education to tread on successfully. Thank you so much, sir. Taking the event further, we now commence with our session 1. 21st century education will be defined by a fundamental shift in what we are teaching, a shift towards learner-centered education and creative thinkers, as rightly quoted by Carl Fish. I now take the opportunity to welcome our guest speaker, Professor M. Pant, sir. Sir is a PhD in computational physics and an academic with 50 plus years of postdoctoral teaching and research experience, both in India and abroad. He has taught in leading institutions in face-to-face and distance online modes, including MOOCs. He has been a Pro Vice Chancellor, Indira Gandhi National Open University, and faculty at IIT Kanpur, MLNR Engineering College, and a visiting faculty, University of Western Ontario, Canada. We welcome you, sir, and really grateful to you for having spared out your valuable time for the occasion. Your gracious presence has really, has been an icing on the cake for all of us today here. We request you, sir, to kindly address the gathering.
So, thank you very much for having me here, and I want to compliment the organizers for the kind of work they've done to put together this thing. And I know this was done at a very short notice. We had just a little bit of time and so on. And I think I recall that I was present at one of your earlier meetings where I was there in person to meet up with all of you. Since time is short, I will come straight to the story that I want to share. In a sense, I'm building on what Dr. Harish Chaudhary said. He took the past, talked about the present, quoted the computer-human issues, etc. And I'm going to build on that. So I'll begin with the story. The story is of Albert Einstein. Albert Einstein was once a professor at the Institute of Advanced Study in Princeton. And I'm talking of a time when there were no computers, no photocopiers, no PCs. So when it was time to hold the exams, it was conventional for such senior professors to write out a set of questions, give it to a teaching assistant, and the teaching assistant will organize the rest of the thing, making copies, getting it typed, give it to the students, get the answers, and come back. Teaching assistant is also a fairly educated person because he's, in a sense, doing a PhD or some such thing, and many of you might know people who funded their studies partly through teaching assistantships. So teaching assistant looked at the question paper and thought that Einstein has gone senile or something. And he said, but professor, these are the same questions that you gave to the same students 1 year ago. How can you do that? Einstein said, yes, I know they are the same questions, but the answers have changed. And this is the moment that we are having today. We are having a situation, especially in education, where the questions are the same. What do we teach? How do we teach? What is the outcome? What do we expect? Like Dr. Chaudhary talked about the Doon School changing the vision and so on. The answers are now changing. What is our school's vision? Doon School gave an example of actually acknowledging it and changing it. And this is what I want to draw attention to. Now, when Einstein said this, let me put this a little more as to why did they change. So those of you who have a physics background will probably instantly know, but I will elaborate it for everybody. Till this time, when Einstein was doing that, this is the year about 1905, 1906, actually Einstein published 4 kind of seminal papers in the year 1905 in a journal called Annalen der Physik. One of them was on Brownian movement, the other was on special relativity, the third was on general relativity, and the fourth was on photoelectric effect, which is the foundation of quantum mechanics. So now you get an idea. The world, as it was understood by physics and scientists, had been understood in a certain way for the last 300 years or so, since Newton talked about the Newton's laws of motion, and then we had electromagnetic thing and so on and so forth. And the thing worked quite well. Now, this is exactly the situation today. Dr. Chaudhary also talked about, and I want to share that. You can begin with Wood's dispatch, Macaulay, Kothari Commission, 68, 86 policy, including NEP. They're all talking of a world that has gone by, a Newtonian world, if you want an analogy. And what he was drawing attention to, and I will build on, we are getting to a completely new world. And you have had some flavor of the new world during the last year. I remember that I used to go, when I would go out of my house, there's a school nearby, and there was a big board there at the school that, mobile phones are banned. Nobody will be allowed to bring a mobile phone inside, and there would be a security guard which will check the mobile phone and keep it and so on. And I was very amused because I am a great believer in this. And the UNESCO, from 2011, every year there's a conference called Mobile Learning Week, where it tries to tell how the mobile phone is so important for learning, especially for disadvantaged people, for girls, and so on. A library on a mobile phone is much easier and cheaper than creating a library elsewhere. And for 11 years, they've been doing this. But we had proudly banned mobile phones. I'm so happy now that we are using mobile phones, we're using video conferencing, we're using all these things. So the point is that how is the world changed? And this is what is important. And that is why education will not be mildly transformed. So some of the people are trying to say, we'll do blended learning, etc. I think it's going to be fundamentally transformed. Now, the other thing that I want to draw your attention to, and I'll go straight on because time is very little. Those of you who have been reading the news would have read this news item that China achieved quantum supremacy some time ago. And Google in the year 2019, October, had achieved quantum supremacy. So what does quantum supremacy mean? Quantum supremacy was a term coined by John Preskill of Caltech University, where he says quantum supremacy would be achieved when a quantum computer can do something which no classical computer can do in any reasonable amount of time. Suppose you say it will take 10,000 years to do a calculation. It's not a reasonable amount of time. Why I'm drawing attention to is that I want to boldly say that technology-based education will achieve a certain supremacy over non-technology-based education. And I have coined this phrase, AI and edge supremacy. When artificial intelligence, Harish Chaudhary quoted Banerjee of IIM Kozhikode that humans are thinking like computers. If computers could think more like humans, well, that is happening. And it's happening at a very rapid pace. And what I want to draw attention to is that even in the NEP and so on, they've reluctantly put in some things about AI, teaching AI. They're looking at it as AI is going to be a means of jobs, but AI will be the means of transformation of education. So I recommend to all of you to read this recent, no, it's not so recent, it's a 2-year, 3-year-old book called Fourth Education Revolution by Anthony Seldon. And Anthony Seldon is no technologist. We are not talking here of Elon Musk or Google or something else. Anthony Seldon is the Vice Chancellor of Buckingham University in the UK and was the principal or head of Wellington College, which is one of the 2 most reputed colleges in UK, Eton and Wellington. And his book is a very practical guide for educators, and that is why I'm different. It talks about what are the 5 things that a teacher does in class and says, how will AI affect it? What are the 5 things that a learner needs to do in order to get ready for the day? Then he says how AI will do that. He gives examples and so on and so forth. He has many other issues, so I can't preempt it, can't do this in such a short time. Now, the third thing, the next thing that I want to say, or I can almost call this a third. So first thing I said was times have changed. Second, I said mobile is going to be important. Third, I said AI will be very important and teachers must be using AI. Just like, in fact, very often you're using AI and you don't know. So if you're using Siri, if you're using Alexa, if you're using Google Maps, you are already using AI. Now, the fourth one, and this you may not believe, but hold on for a decade, and teachers will be the most important people in society. We have been the most neglected people. In Hindi, Harish Chaudhary used some Hindi, so teacher ho jata tha, but teachers will be the most important people, and we'll just spend the time on explaining why. teachers were relatively unimportant because in the past, things were not changing fast enough. And that is why we had this thing that those who can do, and those who cannot teach. But now, teaching people what to do is going to be a very important thing because things are changing very fast. There's a half-life of a skill is becoming less and less. So we often think of teacher as complying with whatever is to be done to get the maybe CPSC board exam or this, that, whatever. That is not the main role of the teacher. That's something that you're seeing. The main role of a teacher, and hear this carefully, is to transform an ignorant person into an informed person and then into an expert. I've been part of the IIT system like Dr. Chaudhary himself, and I have a PhD from IIT Roorkee. I taught in IIT Kanpur. I was member of the Board of Management in IIT Delhi. What the IITs or any other institution does, it takes up some people who have passed class 12 and transforms them over 4 years into professionals who have seen leadership roles. I don't have to now tell you that. So this is the main thing. The teacher transforms a person from an ignorant to an informed and then to an expert. Now, this is becoming important because there is more and more now to learn. See, for a long time, things were static. So when I did my MSc in 64, 66, I used the notes written by my uncle in 1942, 44, because the curriculum hadn't changed, things were there, etc. Today, every 6 months, things are changing. In fact, when I was in Indira Gandhi University and we had the first BCA program, by the time our batch came out, I was at the academic council to say, I want to revise the syllabus. And they said, well, how can you do this? Even the first batch has not gone. This is how fast things are changing. So teachers will become more and more important, and teachers will use AI to achieve this AI in its supremacy. Now, I hope I have kindled your interest, got you a little bit excited about it. And the point is that what Debashish Banerjee was saying, in fact, let me quickly get to the first point. You all know Benjamin Bloom. Benjamin Bloom first was known for the Bloom's taxonomy, and we are always debating that whether we are at the lower levels of memorizing, applying, etc., or at the higher level of understanding, analyzing creativity. Now, the point today is that computers will do whatever the first 3 levels are. So if you only remember, if you only do this and you do simple application, that the computer will do. Humans are needed at the higher level. That's why we're talking so much emphasis on HOTS and so on. But there's another thing which Benjamin Bloom did, which is very important. See, Benjamin Bloom looked at teaching methodologies and found, we all do that, that when you have results, you get a bell curve. So typically you have a number of people who get C and then some B and A plus and B minus or whatever. And Benjamin Bloom kind of thought to himself, but why can't we make it better? Why can't it be skewed and more people are high achievers? And in 1984, he published a paper which talked about the 2 sigma problem, which meant that with the right method, we can make at least 98% of the people be able to do whatever is the learning outcome. So you don't have to have a welcome, not so much vessel. And the 2 principles that he identified for that were mastery learning and personalization. And mastery learning has been talked about earlier. In fact, when I was in IIT Kanpur, I used mastery learning and published a paper about it in 1975. But what I'm trying to say is today, the computer with AI can help in achieving mastery learning as well as personalization of the learning. And that is why I said that this is going to be a great way. Now, instead of saying that I will get only a few people who can do well, I say all children under my charge will achieve the desired learning outcome. Their intrinsic potential may be different, but at least as far as the learning outcome is concerned, they will all be able to achieve whatever is prescribed. So this is why teachers are going to become much more important. I have said this is more important than sports celebrity or Bollywood celebrities and so on and so forth. And you know a few instances of them. There are, if you know Walter Levine of physics and you know Andrew Nugg, and in fact on linear algebra, Gilbert Strang teaches linear algebra and he has millions of people who are following him. So anyway, I know the time is limited. I must wrap up. So what I have done is that I have written this up in somewhat more detail, etc. as a text, and you can access that at twitter.com/mmpant. So this is the thing, twitter.com/mmpant, or you can go to Twitter and search for my handle at mmpant, and you will find about 1,000 words, etc. And if any one of you want to get into conversation with this, please feel free. But let me tell you, this decade is the decade of educators, and the educators who will adopt AI to work for them, it will become. I just close this by emphasizing to you the importance of AI. Firstly, that book emphasizes that. And I'll close by saying that there was a time when we talked about those schools and all sort of, good residential schools. They had horse riding, which was a compulsory thing. The reason horse riding was compulsory was that the horse is a very typical animal. It's not a timid animal. So if you are timid, the horse will throw you off. But if you can ride the horse, then you can become very much more powerful and you can do all kinds of things. AI is similar. If you are timid, AI will scare you off and say, I will take away your job. But if you ride on AI, you will have much more power. And as I said, you will become a celebrity, influencer, whatever you want to. So thank you and all the best.
After this short break, now we start our session 2. Everyone is a genius, but if you judge a fish on its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it's stupid. Rightly quoted once again by Albert Einstein. Redefining assessment skills for learning requires that what you do next depends on what we know about our students. To reflect upon this, I now welcome our esteemed guest for session 2, Dr. Amita Mullavattal, Principal, Springdale School, Pusa Road, and Kirtinagar, New Delhi. Ma'am is the former chairperson of the National Progressive Schools Conference and has worked in the sphere of education for over 3 decades. She is the recipient of the prestigious National Teachers Award 2005 from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam and the Endeavour Award 2009-10 from the Australian government for her work in the area of Asian literacy. Indeed, we are truly honored, ma'am, to have you amongst us. I also take this opportunity to welcome Mrs. Aditi Mishra, eminent educationist, Director Principal, Delhi Public School, Sector 45, Gurugram, for a conversational dialogue with our guest.
Good morning. Good morning, Dr. Vattal. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so very much for inviting me and all the wonderful organizers, Aarti and Parna and Anju, for the wonderful invitation I've got for this conference. You truly are a very inspirational Sahudya. Let me just say that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Vattal. I'll add a little bit, just 2 lines to the introduction that was given. I mean, not only is Dr. Vattal's name synonymous with assessment, but for most of us in the academic firmament, she's somebody who shares completely and honestly and transparently. And therefore, when we had to discuss assessments, the first name that came to our mind was yours, Dr. Vattal. I had a very small quote which sort of summarizes what you do. So I'll just start with that. We can't manage knowledge. Nobody can. What we can do is to manage the environment in which knowledge can be created, discovered, captured, shared, distilled, validated, transferred, adopted, adapted, and applied. And that somehow summarizes all that you do, Dr. Vattal, not just with the NPSC, not just with individual Sahodars, but with anybody who reaches out to you to share what you know. So my first question, I'll plunge into the session straight away because we are running short of time and we have been right on time for many of our sessions. I'll begin with the first question that with the announcement of the NEP, The entire academic landscape is changing and changing for the better. Obviously, with changing pedagogy and content, the assessment also has to change. What do you see as the immediate future of assessment, Dr. Vatal? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Misra. I just would like to know that firstly, can you see the screen that I'm sharing?
Yes, we can see the screen. Yes.
Right. So you see, assessment is the elephant in the room. NEP or no NEP. And, you know, it's interesting. And I would like to start off by saying that, you know, everybody is listening to me. What is the weight of this elephant? Okay. Now, the weight of this elephant, if you look at it, it's different if you're an African bush elephant. It's different if you are an African forest elephant. It's different if you're an Asian elephant. There's another way of doing it, that you take a scale and you put the elephant on one part and you put the weights on the other part, and hopefully the scales don't break. Or that you throw him into the swimming pool, and then you get to know by Archimedes' principle or by the law of buoyancy how much volume of water is displaced. So the point I'm trying to make over here, and I think this is what we should do, is that assessment in a room can be of innumerable types. And that's what the NEP is looking at. Because why do we make assessment the elephant in the room? And why do we have one kind of questioning for children? So the assessment and the rubrics of assessments have to be of many types. And we can easily do this from grades nursery all the way to grades 8. So that means I'm talking about foundational, I'm talking about preparatory, I'm talking about middle school. I'm not getting into 9, 10th, 11th, 12th, because that is not the area until the government so decides the way they're going to look at assessment. And so my first humble request to everybody is that the content is not king, the question is king. And assessment and how you assess depends entirely on how children understand and how they grow in learning. So I'd like to just, before I even speak, what I want to say is, why is there an adversarial relationship between assessment and learning? Because every time in all the workshops, Ms. Misra, you will notice that people keep saying, oh, why do we have to assess? We're obsessed with assessments. If we don't assess, how do we know? But we have to do the right kind of assessment. And so in my understanding, assessments should not drive learning, it should facilitate learning. And it should facilitate in such a way that what is part of that curriculum that you want to be assessed? And how are you going to do that assessment? So for me, I think that if you want to achieve equity and you want to achieve attainment, you cannot separate assessment from learning. And equity is justice, it's fairness. And that is why teachers keep complaining that a child runs to them and says, why did I only get 3.5 marks? Because they only gave one type of question. And then they expect that one type of answer. So there has to be multiple answers to one question. So let's start looking at how do we create that. And later on, when you ask me other things, I will start talking about it. But I would like to quickly emphasize that what is assessment? We have to get that very clear in our heads. Essentially, it's a systematic collection. It's a systematic collection of information that the learner gives us. We review it, that's one. Second, we review it. And then we sort of find out from their experiences, what is the information and have they understood it? So that is what assessment is. And why do we need it? And I always say that it has sort of 4 aspects of it. And you people say PISA, I call it PICA. And what do I say about PICA? I say plan, implement, check, and act. PICA. So plan it, implement it, check it, act on it, and then give a feedback to the stakeholders. I don't know of any time, I don't know of any situation where when a child gets promoted to another class, in the first week, when we normally, children don't come, we come, and we sit and we have seminars and we have meetings. I don't know of any school where teachers sit with the old report cards of children who've come into their class and see what is it that they could or could not do, and how should they remedy that in the new class. So we just say, the child came, we are not bothered about the progression at all. If he came, except for the conversation in the staff room where somebody may say this child is weak or this child is very good and this is a trophy child. None of us sit together as a group, as a faculty, and sit together and work on these 40 kids or 30 kids who came. What are their old report cards? How can I cluster them and see how do I work on them and how can I create remedies? And it is only through the assessment model we can do that. So I think one of the first things we should take back is when children come to us in the month of April, let's look at their report cards and see what is it that went wrong and why did they land up with, say, a D or a B or an A? And then how can we make that D into a C? How can we make the C into a B? And I think that's a very important part. Otherwise, you know, the child goes on the same from grade 5 to grade 12, and everybody says, well, he never understood maths. He was always like that, etc. So in my understanding, and I'm going to show the next slide, which is very, very important to the NEP, which you've talked about, is what are the gaps that we're talking about? The essential gaps that are at the lower classes. Because I don't think we take assessment very seriously in the lower classes. Because we have to blend foundational literacy and numeracy as one compact capsule. They cannot be assessed separately, because both of these things are going to drive us towards the adults we're going to become. So what do? In the lower classes, it's all sweet, sweet, sweet. He can talk, he can say a poem, he can play with children. But I think it's very scientific. And this is a very important slide because this slide has come in by the Central Square Foundation, which tells you the gaps in learning outcomes of assessment. And that is why we have the problems. And what do I say over here? That essentially the gateway skills are two, literacy and numeracy. And we have to look at these gateway skills for assessment. I mean, the whole other spiel about environmental learning, about play, about art integrated learning, all of that has to be interconnected very, very carefully with the gateway skills. And the gateway skills are not really being looked at in a scientific manner. So we have to sharpen the definitions of these learning outcomes. Very few of us sometimes understand the differences between an objective and a learning outcome. Because an objective essentially just defines that this is the time, this is the resource, and that's it. The learning outcome is the experiential part and what the child has understood of what you expected him to understand. Now, if that was the case, then every child would be at a particular pace, but we're not really looking at that. So I think it's very essential that we clearly articulate what are the outcomes. What is it that we want the child to do when he moves from foundational classes into preparatory classes, preparatory into middle? What should be the progression that we see in children? And I think that's extremely important. Now, with our own systems, whether it is a private school or it is a government school, there are huge gaps. And this particular 1 year has not, in fact, has made the gaps even worse, irrespective of however brilliant you all were, however brilliant I may have been in doing online teaching. So I think we have to really look at this. And then if literacy, as children progress into another class, deals with phonological awareness, is there a report card which says how many words can the child read? We have a report card? No. We say the child reads well, the child is satisfactory, the child is average, the child is good. There has to be some semblance of what reading is happening. Let me tell you, in Finland, in 16th century, when the schools used to start, people had started reading. So the points I'm trying to make is that awareness of the print, the phonological awareness, the relationship between the letter and the sound, the vocabulary comprehension work side by side with mathematics. It's not separate. So I think literacy and numeracy should be combined as one assessment capsule, where you talk about the fact that if you're sorting out shapes, so you're looking at nature, at mathematics in nature, or you're drawing patterns, because the whole thing is about reading, it's about skilling, it's about children who are progressing with knowledge at both these levels. Because when you become an adult, you may cook. Now, when you're cooking, you need mathematics and you need literacy, language and mathematics. To read the recipe, to find the product, how the grams and the whatever it is, the kilos and so on and so forth. So also, when you're doing problem solving, or you're doing a sort of reasoning or strategizing, or your understanding of time, Or even in the sports field, it's both literacy and numeracy. So I just have a humble submission that the NEP has done this, and because you specifically spoke about it, it has sort of engaged literacy and numeracy in the foundational age. And I say to you that the skills of literacy and numeracy will help us to broaden the curriculum and allow us to focus on very critical thinking. So please look at your report cards when you're looking at this concept of literacy and numeracy, and do not disengage it from each other. Do not mark them independently. And I would like to just end this particular questions of yours by talking about 6 things that maybe you should look at when you're creating rubrics. Suppose you take, and I'm giving you an example. Suppose you take a family tree. So let's look at the word knowledge. Knowledge is a rubric that you have to find. Knowledge, listing your family members. The second one is competency, which is describing the family tree and their identity. That is a competence. The third is application. But can you create and apply the concept of a family tree? There are family trees in animals and leaves and nature and human beings, in countries, all sorts. So knowledge, competency, application. Analysis, which is comparing your and your own friend's family tree. Create a rubric for knowledge, competency, application, analysis. And then synthesis. Try to write your own paragraph on a family tree. Create rubrics for that. And then evaluation. It's comparing your presentation to the presentation of the group, the rest of the group with whom you're working. And finally, alignment. Alignment is what are the skills that you are getting when you are discussing your family tree. The family tree is a very common phenomena in the lower classes. So I think if you look at knowledge, competency, application, analysis, synthesis, evaluation, alignment, just use these words and say the rubrics can be created from the traits I mentioned. And this is the way NEP is really looking at learning. Aditi.
Thank you. Thank you. That was a very, very comprehensive answer you gave to my question. And I think what you mentioned about literacy and numeracy coming together is going to take a new shape and size when we bring in art integration as well. Because whether it's even making a paper plane or it's making the Newton's wheel, all this is going to come inside. So my next question is somewhat linked to this. That could you share with us some models of assessment for which cater to different needs? You know, because we don't have a very homogeneous group in our classes, especially the assessment models from other countries, because I do know you are part of a think tank, which is very international, and you meet with other principals and you plan things together. So some models of assessment which you can share with us, please.
Thank you for that. And other than the fact that, as you mentioned, that I'm a member of the Global Education Leadership Program, which has 63 countries in its cohort. I've also lived and worked in China, in Beijing. And let me just get you at least 4 models in of what assessment is looking like today in those areas. You know, some of us say that we can learn nothing from international comparison, right? Because of the cultural differences. I mean, that I hear that again and again every time you have somebody from abroad coming and speaking to you. Immediately after that, they say, well, you know, he isn't working with numbers, etc. And so we can learn nothing. I think that's very nice. Others feel we can just take it and replicate it. But that's also extremely naive. You can't make a Finland in India. You know, you can't ghettoize education like this and say clusters of Finland, clusters of Shanghai, and so on and so forth. And so it is essential that we simply need to observe different countries' curriculums and with an eye to the context in which we teach. So I think the whole idea of replication does not arise. And my submission is again, please observe, please read the curriculums of other countries and the assessment models, more so the assessment models from which sort of further goes on for the curriculum. Now, let me first start talking about an assessment model in Shanghai. Right? It's a very fascinating assessment model. What do they do? The best lessons that teachers teach in schools, because you know you can do this as a Saudi. So the best lessons that the teachers teach and the best questions are extracted out of a school group by school teachers and researchers. Their R&D departments of the schools, they get together, create an R&D like you can create one. And then they take the best questions and the best lessons. And then they are put into regional competitions. Can you imagine? They're put into regional competition. Now, you don't have to get into a regional competition, but they are then transformed into textbooks. The best lessons and the best questions are transformed into textbooks annually. Now, can you imagine the resource that you have? Because then if you are a Sahodaya of, say, 30 schools, 10 schools, even 5 schools, so the transformation of these best lessons into loosely created, of course, they have a formalized textbook method. So teachers who are coming into a system new can get the best resources and the best questions out of that. And it's not as though they keep it and it lies over there. And this really helps a lot. And these lessons are then shared across schools in Shanghai. And perhaps this is a very learning and interesting way, because all these questions and all these lessons are based on the best practices of how we can reach children and how we can share it. In fact, these lessons are also shared with schools in Japan. The other issue that they have is that especially in the primary or secondary, in fact, both, every lesson has a minimum of 50 to 120 questions. The lesson comprises more of questions than the content. The content comes from the questions. So to speak, the question is the answer. So, you know, it's like the questions move from simple to complex, you know. And our problem is that we feel that unless we have a relentless pace, and the lesson is not completed, we don't give time to penetrating questions at all. We don't. We have these standardized questions which we give, irrespective of what we do. We do not change questions year after year, and then we wait for these answers. And the reason why children do not do well is because we are anxious about our own targets and our own pace. And so the child, it takes the back. And we get into our targets and our space. And I don't blame the teachers, because the teachers have certain targets to set because the principals create those targets for them. And let me tell you, Ms. Mishra, that individualized learning can be a nightmare. I mean, how can you expect a teacher to start doing individual lesson plans for 40 children or 30 children? You know, it becomes excessive load on the teacher. So why not create individualized questions?
Yeah.
Or from the same content, you bring these questions and create exposure, practice, and production. Because to me, exposure, practice, and production is the immediate future. So expose the kids. There has to be a sense of practice. Whether it is in writing, whether it's in literacy, numeracy, there has to be a sense of practice. And then let children produce. Let them produce portfolios. Let them sort of produce projects. Let them produce writing. Let them have discussions. The more the production, the better the assessment. You know, you may think this is a very reductivist concept, and it's very simplified. I've taken a very complex thing and made it very simple. But I do believe that the more children produce, the more assessment happens in a bigger way. And a more detailed assessment happens if children are producing. I think it's very important that we create this. And the other thing which is very important is that we must expose children, which happens over there, especially in Canada. In systems in Canada, what I've realized, in systems in Finland, is that the children, primary children, are exposed to challenges and concepts which are sort of quite involved, but lesser in content. So the content is not huge. The other day, I was very disturbed because I think some teachers of mine were involved in divisions and some multiplication divisions at a very heavy level in class 3. And I said, why are we doing this? Let's see, does the child understand the fundamentals? And I noticed that abroad, especially in Canada, which is again a very, very fine system of education. It's got its place amongst the commonality of nations, New Zealand, Canada. Please read their curriculums and read the assessment models. And what do I see? That the concepts taught are deep, but they're not too many. And the NEP is talking about. It's talking about lessen the load, but deepen, take a deep dive into it. Now, let me share with you. I was doing a workshop on assessment with a school called the Arya Vidya Mandir in Mumbai. It's a group of schools. I was amazed by when a teacher of nursery said that, ma'am, I'm teaching them algorithms. I said, what are you talking about? And she said, no, I don't want them to be afraid when they hear the word algorithm later on in class 6 or in class 5. And I said, how in God's name are you teaching algorithm? She said, like a sandwich, how to make a sandwich, because a sandwich is a process. And what is algorithm? It's empirically a process. Is it not? Yeah. I mean, you know, you're a science person. Can you imagine that? I mean, if anybody were to tell me in a nursery class they're teaching algorithms to a sandwich, I mean, I was absolutely blown off. And that's exactly what we have to do. So large things to simplify. So when the child reaches algorithm, he says, what's this? This is nothing. I understand. I've done it. Process-wise. I'm not saying a sandwich, but you know what I'm talking about. I'm giving you the whole thing. So getting children into this learning progression, making them produce models, making models and projects accessible. And let me tell you one thing, high-performing jurisdictions around the world, particularly, I discovered that nations which have moved very fast in education, nations which have a high base in learning, those people have one thing in common. And what is that? The children in primary study fewer things in greater detail. And they really master fundamental concepts in subjects, and their understanding becomes very secure. We are too busy. We're too busy putting the load. And the NEP is fantastic. It has allowed children to study at the right pace. It is securing a deeper learning. It is helping us if we practice it. It is transforming the assessment. And it is focused on whether children have understood the key concepts. And what are these key concepts? Knowledge, skills, competencies, and abilities, you know. And they're not concerned about, are they moving at a fast pace? What are the levels that a child has reached? Why? Why does each child has to reach a particular level as long as the concepts have been understood? And let me tell you one thing. If a teacher, you ask a teacher that, why hasn't this child understood? He will never respond by saying, because I haven't presented it right. He'll probably respond by saying, oh, you know, his fundamentals are very poor, or he hasn't reached that level. Why? He hasn't reached that level because we haven't allowed this child to reach that. You know, that is the kind of response we get. So every child in the primary is capable of anything as long as we ensure that effort is put in by him. And there's an interesting study in, I think it was in South Korea, where again, it's a very strong education system. In South Korea, there was, and in Canada, they're two different. Now in Canada, the child is told you can do anything. In South Korea and Shanghai, the child is told you can do anything with effort. Well, there's a difference. I think India also is do something with effort, but these days we're saying you can do anything. I mean, letting the effort go. You know, we're just saying do anything, pass everybody. That's not it. The point is, and when they did the study, they took a very difficult maths problem, and they gave the same problem to the Canadian children, and they gave it to the South Korean children. And what did they see? The Canadian children gave up, because they did not have that ethos of you can do anything with effort. For days on end, the South Korean kids were working on the problem, even when they were told that this problem has no answer. So it's how do you look at children, and this helps greatly in assessment, because assessment certainly is a model where, you know, where we need to focus on these kind of key knowledge, key skills, and key bodies of learning.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think for me, the biggest takeaway is what we've been discussing in other forums as well, that teach well, not teach much. I mean, and there is complete autonomy with schools as to how much and what they want to teach from class 1 to class 8. And now with the pre-primary coming into the focus of NCERT as well. So this is something we were discussing last time also, Dr. Vatal. What is the importance of questions in assessment?
That's a brilliant question, you know, because as I started off by saying that the importance of questions. I'll start off by telling you that, when I was a child, my father was a sailor in the Navy, and he would take us outdoors and he would say, this is the Orion's belt, this is the Great Bear, this is the Archer, you know. And then he asked, what is it that doesn't make you fly up to the stars? And we were young, but we didn't understand gravity, but we knew of gravity. And I would say gravity. And he would say, yes, okay. So gravity sticks you to the earth. And then he said, you realize that sometimes you will be looking up at the stars and sometimes you may be looking down at the stars. Are you getting that? Because the rotation and the revolution and the way that the earth moves, now that used to faze me and say, how can we look down? Are we upside down? He said, but you just said gravity. So asking these things, putting these things into a child's mind allows a child to start thinking different. I think it is important that teachers should select questions, where children can understand and sort of open their minds, probing questions. So we need very rich question and answers in a classroom. That is the kind of assessment we need. Rich question and answers which probe, where, I mean, you know very well that it's very difficult to grasp the idea of conservation of mass. It's a problematic question. And yet, if you do it and you put sugar on one side, you put water on one side, and you start telling the children what's heavier, what's lighter, they will start, thinking about it. They may say, okay, the water will, if you mix the sugar in the water, it may become heavier, it may become lighter, and then you can go forward to tell them onwards that, that essentially mass can either be created or destroyed or whatever it is that you can do, and slowly through these examples. So it's very essential that, as you rightly said, whether it's through experiential learning, whether it's through art integration, we have to keep thinking about questions that stimulate thinking, that probe the understanding of a child. Now, for example, if you take the concept of tectonic plates, there was a child who was being in my own school. There was a child who was being taught about tectonic plates. And the fact that the San Andreas belt, in that area of California. And so he said, oh, the San Andreas belt will never ever get destroyed because it will never be hit by the meteor. It will never have an earthquake because it will never be hit by a meteor. So we said, why? Why would you think that? What does a meteorite hit have to do with an earthquake? Because he imagined that the earthquake happens because of pressure, which he was told in a classroom. And he felt that the pressure will only come if there's a meteorite hit, which means that somewhere it wasn't taught properly. It wasn't taught properly. Even if we're asking about the composition of water and saying what makes up water, and hydrogen and oxygen. And then if you turn around and say, what lies between hydrogen and oxygen? And the child says water. But is that the right answer? I think the more we probe, the more questions we ask, we secure the knowledge of children. And I think essentially we have to become question kleptomaniacs. We have to get into the net. We have to look at ungoogable questions. We have to look at questions which are Googleable, ungoogable, and at the same time just create a test of unique questions that the child can answer. Give him 50 questions and say, attempt any 10, attempt any 20, and assess on that. Access on that. Give that. You don't have to make 15 question papers. But just, I think this is where curriculum coherence will come and where assessments are linked actively to what students are expected to learn. And they can be used for both assessment and learning. And I think it is essential that questions, and I think all of us have to start doing this exercise of creating really good questions. And let me just also tell you that abroad, the questions are only the questions are looked at. In fact, in Padho Punjab recently, I was doing some survey there. Padho Punjab, a couple of years ago, the children were being taught through questions. And finally, they said, we're sick of these simple questions. Ask us challenging questions. It's the way the teachers were doing it. So ask challenging questions, at least from nursery to 8th grade. 9, 10th, 11th, 12th will look after itself. Let's start this as a movement distribution.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. That was again a lot of food for thought. And if I may share a small anecdote from the time when I was an active teacher, I used to get children to create questions.
Very fine.
So it got me so many more questions than what my one brain could work at. So the net result of all this assessment is going to be a report card. That is the only tangible thing which reaches the parents now because they want it. That also has to change. So what do you think, Dr. Vatal, will a holistic report card look like now going forward?
So just before I get into that, I think I have what, 5 minutes? How much time do I left?
You have 9 minutes.
Okay, great. Stop me after 3 minutes. Okay. Just before I get into the holistic report card, I just want you to look at the slide, which is a very important slide, because it is about you. It's about how the assessments will take place. It's about questions. I can choose and use different questions. Can I? This is for the teacher. Am I able to generate ideas, possibilities, and actions based on the new ideas? Can I analyze, evaluate, and reflect to form an opinion, teacher and student? Can I reflect on my own learning strategies? Can I see the value in working with others to achieve common goals? Remember, I talked to you about that knowledge analysis, synthesis. It follows this. It's a communicative, collaborative, metacognitive, reasonable, possible, question-based way of looking at assessment. Please use this slide if you like, and think about how you're going to create. And I'm going to just share with you one more slide, which is this. Now, this is interesting. You know, this I was attending I think some of you may have attended it. It was by the Central Square Foundation. They capture, this is the trying to capture through a question the learning gap in a student's learning. So what is the length of the spoon? Is it 2? Is it 8? Is it 9? Is it 10? Would you like to just take a quick guess? Of course, you'd know the answer. Mrs. Mishra? Or anybody? Or anybody would like to take a guess? Anybody who can speak quickly? 2 minutes, 2 seconds. What is the length of the spoon? So I'm going to take you off that. I'm going to release you of that pain.
It's 8. According to me, it's 8. The little maths that I know.
Okay, so let's get into this. So let's see. But it took us a little bit of time, didn't it? Now listen, this is given to a child and says, what is this? So the first one, some children said, 2 cm. Students may have considered only the start point of the spoon. 8 cm is the correct answer. Then 9 centimeters, students may have counted the number of reference points from 2 to 10 to arrive at the answer. And 10 centimeters, students may have considered only the end point of the spoon. You will immediately get to know the learning gap of the child if you ask questions like this. I think it is very imperative that we create some interesting questions to find out what is the learning gap. And ultimately, the assessment is what? To find out what is the learning gap in children.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes, absolutely.
So please do these kind of exercises so that we can locate these learning gaps in children. Now, back to the question that you asked. So again, quickly, this is again, ready, one, multi, connect. So you say, I don't yet understand that there are different types of questions. One, I know how to form a question, but I cannot yet classify it. This is the teacher. I write a list of common questions you might use in a day. What do they all have in common? I can identify different question types, for examples, open and closed questions, Googleable and ungoogleable, what I told you about, and try and group your list of questions by function. And then I consider what I'm trying to achieve and then choose the appropriate question type from my toolkit. So create a question toolkit and share it. And when asking a question, stop to consider what you are trying to achieve and see if there's a better question type to use. Please utilize these methodologies to choose and use different question techniques to focus or expand on your own thinking. This will certainly help. Now, let's get into the slide that you were talking about. In my understanding, when the NEP talks about the whole idea of a holistic report card, I think it has to be equitable, it has to be inclusive, it has to be joyful. And when you talk about joy, you talk about art, you talk about play, you talk about holistic learning. So there's a huge area that it has to be involved with. And then the most important thing is that it has to have within it knowledge, skills and competencies, attitudes and values, and it has to be transformative in the progression. So when you talk about knowledge, you have to, does my child understand interdisciplinary work? Is he subject oriented? Is there a cognitive approach to what he's looking? And again, procedural is something which is algorithmic. Does he understand processes and procedures? Does he? And so what are the kind of skills that the child will progress? What is a learner profile of your child? Have you created a learner profile? So how does the child look? How do you look at his skills? Does he have cognitive skills? And what are the examples you have that show that he has a cognitive? If you say, oh yeah, his cognitive skills are 4 out of 5. So I will ask you, why? What did you do? How do you know his cognitive skills are that? How do you know that his social and emotional idea of understanding is good or needs help? How do you know that? How do you know that he is metacognitive in the way he thinks? Does he does he have an awareness of awareness? Does he have understanding of learning to learn? This is going beyond cognition. It's going at a different level. Learning to learn, and awareness of awareness. Being able to take a subject. Recently, CBSE has been doing this whole exercise, and every single principal I know has jumped into it, which is a great exercise, where they're making these kind of infographic, what are they, comics, graphic novels out of subjects. The whole world is doing that right now. I mean, the CBSE group that is probably listening to me. So they've just taken us, it's fantastic, because that is learning to learn. That's more of a metacognitive approach to subject learning. So I think this is essential that we look at these aspects. We look at, so create a report card that looks with attitudes and values. Values which look at societal, environmental well-being, and so on. And finally, of course, what is the learner profile? Can the child meet the challenge? Can he make a better and create a better world? Can he reconcile tensions? And what are the responses that he gives you when he or she learns? Or what is the type of child you want who moves from one class to another? And why have you moved him? Because why? What is his learning progression? The report card has to have all sorts of features and tools within it, where learning will be optimized and there will be an underlying principle of assessment at all levels through the questions. So it has to ensure inquiry, discovery, discussion, and analysis. That is the kind of report card that we do. With that, I would like to end the holistic report.
Thank you so much. If you could stop the screen sharing.
Yeah, sure.
I think I speak for all of us when I say that this was the most beautiful encapsulation of the entire NEP, not just about assessment. And what can I say to you, Dr. Vatal, except that, again, I'm overwhelmed by the, not just what you know, but what you share. And there's another very nice saying which says that knowledge shared is knowledge squared. And today what you have done is not squaring, but quadrupling and sharing knowledge 100 times, because we have more than 40 schools and 8 people from each school listening to you, carrying back what you have said. And I'm sure all of us working together collaboratively will create report cards which are more meaningful, assessments which are more real, more rational, and therefore learning becomes much more lifelong and much more realistic. Thank you so much, Dr. Vatal, for joining us. I know you have another summit to join right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the conference. And now we will be starting with the commencement of session 3. And I take the pleasure to welcome again our panelists, esteemed panelists for session 3, Dr. Deepak Ahuja, sir, child specialist, MBBS, MD pediatrics, senior consultant, newborn and child specialist, Dr. N. Madhuri Parthi, ma'am, Director Academics at Aravali Foundation, Dr. Indu Kaura, ma'am, PhD Education Consultant and Counselor Psychologist and ex-Professor, Lady Irwin College, New Delhi. We extend a warm welcome to you, ma'am. Dr. Anshu Arora, ma'am, Principal, Amity International School, Sector 43, Gurgaon. Ma'am will be moderating the session. We extend a heartfelt welcome to all our dignitaries for today's session and invite them on this platform. I now take the opportunity to request Dr. Anshu, ma'am, to please commence with the session. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. A warm welcome to everyone who's joined us. I can see there are more than 300 participants on Zoom, and I'm sure thousands on YouTube and Facebook. watching us live today. I think in 27 years, if I have seen any session bang on time, going minute by minute the way it is planned, it is the session of the day. So COVID has also had its flip side. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. We have in our midst founder principal Dr. Mrs. N.M. Parthi, a renowned psychologist, Dr. Indu Kaura, and our town's leading child specialist, Dr. Deepak Ahuja. They all have over 2 decades of experience in their respective fields, and together we shall delve on the topic social and emotional learning and creating a supportive learning environment for all. While I was going through a few researches, I just got an understanding that whenever and wherever schools and districts focus on social and emotional learning, the academic achievement, pro-social behavior, and positive attitude improves. Not just that, the psychological problem and emotional distress also decreases. So we also should assume that focusing, I mean, this is all, of course, our assumption, and we have the specialist here to clear our myths and our assumptions today, that I assume here as a principal that if we create an environment where we focus on social and emotional development, we certainly will create a safe, supportive, and equitable learning environment for all. So I'll start with Dr. N.M. Parthi. Ma'am, from you, we would like to know what are the strategies that can be adopted for promoting social and emotional learning in the classroom? Dr. N.M. Parthi, has she joined us? I think while the team will promote her, let's go to Dr. Deepak Ahuja. I'll also request Dr. Kaura to switch on the camera. So Dr. Deepak, we're moving on to you first because the other panelists, probably the attendees and panelists, they will have to see where they are. The pandemic has hit the society in a big way. As a child specialist, what are the social and emotional issues that people are really facing? And what do you think we can do to tackle those issues?
Hi, good morning, Anshu. At the outset, I would like to thank GPSC and you particularly for inviting me to address this August gathering. And like it seems like you want me to be the opening batsman, right? So,
Yes.
so I'll have to set the ball rolling here, right? So being a pediatrician, my dealing is mainly with children. So I will talk about the effect of the COVID pandemic in children, first of all, right? So this is an unprecedented situation which has occurred in the lifetime for, for all of us. I don't think there is anybody who's probably 100 years and more would have had an experience of the flu, the Spanish flu, or maybe the world wars, who would have had the experience of a lockdown. But yes, it is an unprecedented situation and affecting everybody. There are almost 470 million children in our country, and the pandemic has had a very different kind of effect on the children. Like these children, initially तो सबको बहुत मजा आया था कि स्कूल बंद हो गया, एक unexpected छुट्टी मिल गई. But later, with time and with so much of media bombardment which was happening initially, and the stigmatization that was there, so there was a lot of there was a change in the day-to-day routine of the children. The schools were closed. They had no access to their peers, their teachers, no access to play, no access to movement outside. So there was restriction of movement everywhere. So all these factors, they led to a lot of now they are coming up with more of aggression, irritation, uh, right, anxiety, depression, which is there, a lot of stress, sleep disturbances which have occurred because of these children. And there has been so much of increase in the screen time with whatever, because of the schools per se having classes online, which was a demand of the parents and the demand of the times. Then screen time increasing otherwise also, because children were not going outside. There were no opportunities for them to play. So mobiles and laptops and everything, the screen time increased so much. And then they got overstimulated, bored. All these things have been there. Increased screen time has had its physical manifestations also. With so much of screen time being increasing, a lot of eye problems have been there, particularly dry eye. And then there has been an increase in the incidence of spectacles in children. But the most important physical thing that has happened, and I would say it is a bad effect which has happened, is there has been an unprecedented weight gain in these children. They have gained weight like crazy, to the tune of 8 to 10 to 14 to 15 to 18 kilograms in a year, which is, and with the again the physical activity being restricted, which is again going to be a problem. When they go to school, then this could be, a point where there would be maybe a point of teasing or bullying by their peers. So for this, I think the teachers and the principals would have to be, they would be have to be prepared that they might face these kinds of problems as and when the schools open. Along with that, these children, though home should be the most safe and secure environment for children, but unfortunately there has been an increase in both the physical violence, the psychological violence, and the sexual abuse in children. The studies have shown that the helpline numbers, there has been an unprecedented increase in the calls going to these helplines. Then again, the when the screen time has increased, they have been exposed to all the OTT platforms, which have been, at times might have been age appropriate, and might not be age appropriate shows that they have been exposed to. There has been, I have had instances where parents have been watching movies like, Contagion and something like that, and those children with the children, and then children getting so much of fear, psychosis that has developed in them, and then it has taken a lot of time for them to settle down. So now this is what has been seen in the children, that is there. The remedy for that, maybe, I would like to talk of something like an arch effect that we can do. Arch would be for to adapt and attempt to do something new, adapt to the surroundings, adapt to whatever is there, what has hit us. We have to adapt and then attempt to improve whatever we can do in these surroundings. Maybe the screen time, reduce the screen time, spend time with the children in creative activities at home, increase their physical activity, even if with the screen time, maybe doing some yoga, dancing, that could be done. Maybe doing group physical activity with parent and the child, right? Something like a kinesthetic empathy. Like empathy would be something which lot would be talked about, or would have been talked about as much as now, or would be talked about in the coming sessions. So that can be there. Then the resilience, art of the resilience. They have to understand what is happening, and they have to take failure as a learning step and move ahead further. The C for collaboration and a creative attempt, taking into the help of their parents, their caregivers, their grandparents, their peers, whatever they can contact with. And then H for humor and humility. Which humor, which is very important for everybody, and humility, well, to maintain maintain the balance and a calm demeanor. This is what has happened in children. If we talk of adults and families per se, well, it has become a new normal for them also. The families, there is a pervasive sense of loss of social network, loss of movement, loss of job, loss of financial security, everything leading to anxiety, then fear of falling sick, fear of losing the near ones. So all those things, depression, again, stress, Again, there has been an increase in the domestic violence and increase in addictions. All these things again have had an effect in the family dynamics that are there. So the same thing, having a routine there to tackle the day, then exercising, less of alcohol, no smoking, reduce the addictions, and then participating in family recreational activities, providing physical isolation, and moving out with caution now, which can be something which can be practiced now. This is what can be seen in adults and how they can tackle. The third group, which is affected very badly with this pandemic, is our senior citizens. Because most of the people in India, more than 60%, more the ages of more than 60, they have some kind of a underlying comorbidity which is there, and they are the people who have been the most vulnerable population. So there has been an increase in the fear and anxiety for them. Most of them, the older people, 70s, who were living alone, away from their families, away from their children settled abroad or outside, particularly in a city like ours, in Gurgaon, where we have a lot of single old parents staying in Gurgaon and children abroad. For them, there is a loss of there's an increased loneliness. There is a social isolation which is there, and unfortunately, most of our senior citizens might not be as tech savvy as the younger generation would be. So, the daily needs, groceries, medicines, banking needs, all those things again have become a stressful situation for them. Again, we need to address them, see the people around us, and help them, the old senior citizens. We should not consider that it should be a physical distancing. The SMS is like sanitation, masking, and social distancing, but I would not want that S to be a social distancing. It should be a physical distancing that is important, and not a social distance. You should not be socially isolated. Getting in touch with your parents or your family, talking to your family would help you maintain the sanity there. Again, some routine, exercise, yoga, all these things again are important again for all the age groups that are there. So that is my take as far as whatever we are seeing here. And,
Thank you, Dr. Ahuja. And as a kid, I used to always feel talking to a doctor is far more important than his prescription. Today, not just that the ball is rolling for our discussion, he has given us very beautiful key points and a formula. And I really like your idea of let's create physical distancing and not social distancing.
Yes.
So we'll move on to Dr. Kaura now. And ma'am, as I understand, that when we say social emotional learning, then it is the mindsets, the skills, and the attitudes that a person possesses. But you are a specialist in your field, and from you, I would like to know what are the skills that socially and emotionally competent children have? Then we make a yardstick and we'll understand as to where our children are on the campus.
I think she has to be unmuted.
Yeah. The technical glitches.
We are all learning, ma'am.
Yeah, we are all learning, but we're really learning at a fast pace.
Yes.
So actually, this experience of pandemic and self-discovery and connecting with the fact that we have unlimited potential actually made the center of my talk presentation today, of my sharing the ideas. This crisis teaches us so much, and that has been the learning part of it. So thank you so much, and I've really enjoyed, and a lot of point that Dr. Deepak was stating, I felt very much connected with it. So we're talking about how do we ensure that create an environment that is a supportive learning environment for socio-emotional learning. Now, creating supportive environment is not a physical process. It's not like creating monuments and building. It's about filling our environment with thoughts, words, supportive thoughts, words, and actions. It's all about filling our environment with trust, respect, and support. And for not just for others, primarily for myself. primarily for self. It's about giving our children opportunities to develop tools that they can face reality. And that is what makes a person a socio-emotional competent person. So based on my work primarily as an educationist, and then as a psychologist and a counselor, and also as a person who is still a child at heart. Based on all those collections from different sources, beautiful sources, I just tried to very briefly list the building blocks, let's say building blocks for creating that supportive and learning environment that we're talking about. So what's the first brick that we should be really picking up? That's pride and dignity. Really, we have to really pass on the message that for every child that you are precious, you're unique, you're absolutely holy. And I guess this is, like we as adults have become so comfortable. We want everybody in a particular mold. So let's stop doing that. Every person is there's a beautiful terminology of special child, but every child is a special child. Every person is a special person. All of us are unique. Nobody else is like me. And that's what we need to communicate to the child. It's follow the guru was a very good pratha. But nowadays, I think every time, even in the past, and more so now, it's very important to encourage our children not to be like anybody else, not to be like me, not to be like her, not to be like him. Just be like yourself. Just be yourself. And the more the child connects with the self, the more he or she is in a position to flower, absolutely touch the essence within oneself. So that is one thing that, if we give this message and the children begin to take pride in being who they are, that would be the first most beautiful gift. Now, what else? You are unique, but not only are you unique, you also have unique, unlimited potential. That's something that we got to believe. That's something that we have to not just talk about it, because children don't learn by what they hear. They learn from what they see, really speaking. So you've got to believe it, first of all, really, really believe in it. And then only you'll be able to communicate and pass on the message that whatever you are, you're very beautiful, but you can be so much more. And that's what the dignity of life is, to always be willing and wanting to progress and move further. Now, next thing is really, all of us as adults are always talking to the children. I would like to change that. All of us within ourselves, talk with them. Don't talk to them. Don't talk through them. Talk with them. That would require us to practice a lot of, bending down knees kind of things, to come face to face with them and talk at their level. Never, once I was doing a workshop and I said, okay, I just wrote one phrase on the blackboard, hamare zamane mein to. And you can't imagine how much excitement was there in the whole classroom, because every child had a story to narrate. So I just said, have you heard this? And there were stories after stories. All of us as adults are so fond of narrating hamare zamane mein to aisa. Let's come down to enter their zamana. Let's hear what they have to show us. Let's hear what they are feeling. And you'll be surprised how much they can teach us. I recall an experience, and I was in nursery. I started my career as a nursery school teacher. And that has been the best phase of my learning. Young children are so uninhibited, absolutely honest, candid, and so willing to learn. So one child, I was just trying to teach numbers or alphabet or something, and he wouldn't get it. He was taking his time, and I lost patience. I said, "Samajh kyun nahi aa raha?" So he looked at me with wide eyes, and he says, "Aapko samajh nahi aa raha? Main bachcha hu na? Thoda time to lagega." And that was a shaker, absolutely a shaker. So, if we connect with the children, they have so much to teach us. Absolutely listen to them. They have so much to tell us. Now, it's all about life is not all about me. Life is about me and others. So we need to also teach respect for others. Tell them there are others. This is particularly true of today's scenario in a global, nobody is really far away. Places which we could not even have imagined that we would travel, we can travel in a couple of hours. So we are all neighbors. We got to learn about different people. We've got to learn about respecting different diversity. And that is what if we create that kind of environment when being different is not abnormal. Being different is being unique. Being different is being yourself. That kind of respect is very, very beautiful. And then what else? Most importantly, really, so many times, like Dr. Sir was talking about, there is been lately there has been an increase of, anxiety and negativity and loss of hope and feeling claustrophobic. All that is coming to me also as a counselor. I'm really getting many more cases wherein people are feeling kind of at a loss because they're not used to dealing with each other for such long hours. They're not used to whatever may be the reason, but they are feeling kind of hopeless. What is the situation we are caught up with? And we need to prepare our children for such circumstances right from the beginning. And the tool that we can give them is that they must believe they always have choices. There may be a situation where it will be difficult, but they will never be in a position when they don't have choices. They have choice to choose joy over sadness. They have choice to choose action over apathy. They have choice to choose compassion over criticism. It's all in their hands. And who believes that? Only a person who believes in oneself will believe that. So saying that you have a choice is not good enough unless you give them choices. All around, day to day, minute to minute, give them choices. And then, when I was traveling once to Bangkok and I heard this phrase, "Mah pen lai." I don't know how many of you have heard this. Everywhere I would go and somebody would be talking everything else, but this phrase became very, very familiar to me because I used to hear it so often. It's "Mah pen lai." And then I happened to ask one day I was traveling in the taxi and I asked the taxi driver, "What does this mean?" He says, "Oh, it means it doesn't matter. It's all right. It doesn't matter." Now that was another shaker for me, like in today's scenario when everything matters. Everything. How do you think it doesn't matter? All of us as adults are so used to saying it. Everything matters. This was really like it made me feel how beautiful it would be if we believe that, okay, if things don't go our way, it doesn't matter. We can try again. This is a beautiful, it brought smile to my face. And even while narrating just now, it brought smile to my face. And I saw Anshu also smiling. So I can imagine what a release it must be if we can encourage our children that trial and error is the most creative way of learning. We all know that. As babies, we've watched our babies grow. I bought my grandchild and so many children, and they learn the best through trial and error. They don't have fears of falling. They don't have fear of failing. It's only as they grow and reach an environment in which they're always being assessed and evaluated that they develop these anxieties. Let's tell them. Let's believe. Let's practice. It doesn't matter. Ma pen lai. Please just imbibe it. Nobody. And also so many times I've heard teachers, some child makes a mistake and say, why the hell did you do it? God help me. All of us are struggling with that question. Even now, we don't know why we did so many things. But so how can a child answer? They did it. Oh, it's okay. Let's say it doesn't matter. And then let's take risks in life. That's okay. Life is risk. Life is a joy. Not in a kind of a rash manner, but in a supportive environment. Most importantly, let's tell children. Let's create an environment filled with joy. Let's talk about, all the time, this pain and suffering that you hear on the news and read in the newspaper. It makes good news. But let's also highlight the beauties of life so that they grow up feeling that life is a joy and they begin to enjoy. And everything that I have shared is not to be told to the children. It's to begin with yourself. That would be the final thing. If you love yourself, if you enjoy what you're doing, and if you give selflessly, it's all bound to be received by the children and imbibed by them. And these are the, like Anshu ma'am said, that what are the qualities of associate? These are the things. Happy, the ability to enjoy whatever the circumstance, ability to give, and ability to continue to act is what is most important. That makes a person
Dr. Kaura. Your talk went straight to my heart. And there are many, many lines that I completely resonate with. Let children be. And like even the NCF says, that if the child doesn't understand the way you teach, please teach him the way he can understand.
Yes.
So from here, we will move on to Dr. N.M. Parthi and find out that what strategies can be adopted in the classes for promoting social and emotional learning. I think, ma'am, that's a very important area. We've heard Dr. Ahuja and Dr. Kaura. So the medical, psychological aspect, rather, I would say we now have very burdened shoulders because we understand the problems that we might have to face, the new problems and the ones which we already were. So what do you think can we integrate in our classes?
All right, I think, Anshu, we have COVID and the lockdown was a challenge, but there is a bigger challenge coming now when we are reopening gradually. In Haryana, of course, there has been an announcement that grade 6 to 12 may open very shortly, maybe 15th Feb, which is like hardly 20 days away. I think it's not only about students. Like during COVID and lockdown, we had to do a lot of work for our teachers also. Be it technology, be it the emotional handling, be it, I mean, in all areas, we had to work with our staff and students. Because if a teacher is not happy and we are facing challenges every day, there is no way that she can handle the classroom well. Yeah. So like in our schools, we did a lot of rubaroos, samvad, lot of activities with our teachers. Then we did a lot of work with our students. So it's like, if you really want a happy, healthy classroom, then you need to work with everybody. It's just not the students. So bringing SEL in the curriculum is critical. But again, I would say, until unless our teachers are empowered, we should not hand over this aspect to them. It's like asking somebody to do a surgery without being trained for that. Yeah. So the person can do the surgery, maybe a teacher who's trying to talk to the children may cut open something, but would forget or would not know how to put it back. Yeah. All this work normally has in schools have been done by our specialists, the psychologists, the special eds, and all this entire team that we have in our school. But if we are leaving it to our teachers, I think first they should be empowered. Otherwise, we may do more damage than doing good to them. That's my opinion about it.
I think that's a very critical and important point, ma'am, that you have told us. And teachers certainly have to take care of themselves before they start taking care of the children. So how can they improve themselves? What are the certain tips that you like to give our teachers so that they get ready for this class, after COVID, which is going to be very, very different in many ways?
Yeah, I think there are again, many aspects. Your own physical routine, your own biological routine, your entire mental routine. I mean, all areas need to be worked on, right? Teachers haven't come out of their houses. They haven't been to the school building for almost a year now. Yeah, they have been, I mean, they have just been taking classes online, maybe for longer hours, but physically they are not used to that kind of a routine that they used to be. Most of the schools, the classes are starting either at 8:30 or 9, but physical school everywhere starts even in winter at around 8:15 at the most. So it's going to hit our biological clocks like anything. So are we ready for that? If our biological clocks are not set accordingly, we've had it. Is everything at home being taken care of the way it was being taken care of? It all had a routine, a set routine. Number two, schools, if you are giving SEL as a subject, you're introducing it, I think we all need to first do a lot of training for our teachers. It's a very comprehensive term and we can use it in a lighter tone or something, but it encompasses a huge, humongous responsibility. As teachers, we have been taking care of SEL part, the socio-emotional learning of the child. But today the challenges are too many. We did it because it was there in our BEd. We are mothers, we've been living in a family social structure, but today it needs to be formalized and has to be backed up with training.
Thank you, ma'am. I think you have not just told us a lot, you have also opened and thrown many questions for all the educators who are here on the platform. I will now like to go back to Dr. Ahuja and find out that you've heard how social emotional learning and areas have been discussed. How much impact does it have on the physical health? What is the correlation between that?
So, Anshu, again, social and emotional learning, like we've been talking about self-awareness, self-management, and things, responsible decision, social awareness. So, your physical health, obviously, if you are in a good environment where your social and emotional needs are taken care of, particularly at your home and in your school, then you are obviously happy. Your productivity is more. You do not suffer from stress. You do not have anxiety. You are not suffering from any kind of a depression, right? You are able to express yourselves, express your feelings, and you know that you are in an environment where your feelings will be cared for and you would be heard. So obviously you are not internalizing all those negative emotions in yourself. Now, once your psychological health is good, then your physical health is obviously going to be better. But if you are psychologically stressed, so then that would have an effect on your cardiac function, on your gut, leading to something like an irritable bowel later, or leading to constipation, palpitations, tachycardia, all these things. Then you are obviously, when you are happy, you are running about, you are playing, your school has provided you that environment where your physical activity can be taken care of, so your physical health improves. You will obviously, the exercise releases endorphins, makes you happier, boosts your immunity. Everybody is talking, we talk about exercise, and there it has been scientifically proven that there is a correlation between exercise and your immunity building. So 60 minutes of physical activity is very important for all the children. This incorporated with the social emotional learning would improve their health. Once they're healthy, so their productivity increases, they do not fall sick frequently, the school absenteeism reduces, and then they become healthier adults who can be more productive, not even only in school, but as an adults and for the country. So that is where a good social emotional learning and environment there increases your health and its benefits there. And then there is a major economic benefit to it also, because spending an X amount of money in training or improving the social and emotional learning environment helps you to reduce the cost by almost 11 times that you would be spending on remedial measures, on your treatments that you would be doing. So we are talking
Like precaution is better than cure.
obviously
Perfect.
prevention is better than cure. You know, medicine, that is said that medicine is not treating people, but trying to tell them that look, live your life in such a way that you do not need those medicines. That is the essence of the practice of medicine, no? And we need to learn this and practice it more, particularly I think as doctors we need to do that.
I
And
think the doctor has today given us the real mantra that we really need to take care of our health, which is really the real wealth. I think the real wealth which anyone has is good health. Thank you, Dr. Ahuja.
Anshu, I just would want to
yes,
say
yes.
one more thing that I want to say.
Sure.
It was said, my grandfather used to tell me that if wealth is lost, nothing's lost. If health is lost, something is lost. And if character is lost, everything is lost. So, right, so your character building, your conflict resolution, your health, everything boils down to social emotional learning. So that is where you need to take care. And, you know, this epidemic has given us an opportunity for the human race to show its resilience and come out stronger for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ahuja. Moving on to Dr. Kaura now. These skills, as we understand them, are probably mindset, grit, sense of belonging. But I would like to know from you as a psychologist, are they measurable? Can we actually have a class of 40 and say, you know, if we have to do a SEL test or put a grade, are these measurable? Ma'am, I think you're muted. Yeah.
I noticed that. Sorry. So yes, they are measurable. Technically, yes. There are lots of tests that they will, you can run and you can measure. But quantitative measurement of these skills is not a good indicator, because a lot of tests are really, they don't really tell you the meaning of this, you know, like the inside story. So they are measurable quantitatively, but I think a qualitative measure, which is really based on your observation and your day-to-day interaction as between the adult and the child, is far more accurate an assessment. So they are measurable. Now it depends on what you are thinking of measurement. We are always so quantitatively inclined, you know, that iska score, AIR, iska score, everything has become about scores. So I would not at all advise that. And particularly I learned it at the time of my PhD when I was struggling to assess, you know, the stress among children and how the experience of stress. So it wasn't just what they find stressful, but also how they cope with stressful situations and the impact of family environment. And when I visualized it in my mind, I only wanted qualitative work. But when I made a proposal, then of course there were lots of questions, you know, so how will you measure? I mean, it was difficult to convince that you can measure through interviews also. But then I had to include some tests, let's say some tests, assessment tests. But when I actually used those tests, a simple thing about family environment, I'll give you a small example and it'll make it very simple to you. There was a test about family environment, and there was one statement, and I was using it with parents as well as children. So there was one statement about privacy. We have privacy in our house. And the answer was yes or no. So adults said, of course we don't have privacy in our house. The children said, we don't have privacy in our house. The answer to both, for both the parties, is no. But is the meaning same? The meaning was so different. Parents were so, what is the use of privacy in the house? We don't have any privacy. It was a matter of pride. For adolescents, it was a matter of, you know, deprivation. I don't have privacy. So therefore, the quantitative measures can never give you the essence. So they are measurable, but we need to really rethink in our mind we're talking about human behavior. We're talking about people. So definitely qualitative. day-to-day observation, our interactions, ourselves, themselves put together is the way to assess.
Thank you. I think I have such great panelists here and we can go on the whole day. I think we could have done a whole day conference with such wonderful, powerful people, but we will have to respect time like all other speakers have done so far. So I will now go back to my panelists and ask their final conclusion in 2 lines each. Moving on to Dr. Parthi. Ma'am, if you could give us a final tip on this topic, which we have seen has already opened so many questions. We have learned so many different things that we had not even thought of when we started this. But from you, what is your tip for all of us, teachers especially?
I think, Anshu, I would again say social emotional learning is again a very controversial area. Okay, what is right according to a certain generation? Like Dr. Kaura said just now, that for a parent, it's like, why do you need privacy? And for a child, it's like a different outlook altogether. So in today's time, schools are, as teachers also, we have a very mixed generation in our schools also. So what could be right ethically, morally, or in every which ways for a certain teacher may be very different from the outlook of another teacher who's young, whose thought is, I mean, we face it every day nowadays when we operationally, the 2 generations that we have in the school, maybe 3 layers, they all think so differently. So we, as school leaders itself, we find it a challenge. What is right for one is completely wrong for the other one. So how are we dealing with which generation? So do we have a standardized code for our school, which we want to maintain? Yes, this is right. It's not as per a teacher's whims and fancies. It's like the standard acceptable code that we have and a standard acceptable training if we have, then it's fine. Otherwise, sabko apne hal pe chhod do. And before you close, Anshu, I would like to say hello to, I see a lot of old friends from Gurgaon. So a big hello to everybody. Mrs. Gulati, I see Dr. Khetrapal, Dr. Makkar. So a big hello to everybody.
I think GPSC is equally indebted and happy, ma'am. You were one of the founder members of GPSC as well. So thank you so much for taking out time for us. Thank you. Moving on to Dr. Ahuja now. What is the tip that you would like to give to my teachers? You know, with all the pressure that we now feel after your talk and the new challenges that my teachers will have to face, all the teachers of Gurgaon. So what is a little tip you'd like to give us?
Anshu, my point was not to make anybody feel pressurized.
No, I think
or
awareness
challenged.
is important and you have done your job
Right?
really
But,
well.
yeah, but my point was that yes, the teachers, like Dr. Parthi said, that they have to come back to that routine, that biological routine which was there in school. It's going to be difficult for everybody. It has been there for everybody. But yes, again, my take-home message would be: take care of your health, both your physical and emotional health as teachers. Only then, because there are a lot of male teachers and female teachers, but majority of the time there are ladies who are teachers.
I think there is a little network glitch there, though we did hear Dr. Ahuja, and thank you for giving us that little tip. Finally, moving on to Dr. Kaura, your statement and what would you give us as a goal and mantra?
Well, the mantra is simply love yourself, enjoy what you're doing, and give selflessly. You can only give what you have. So if you don't love yourself, you don't respect yourself, if you don't believe in yourself, you can't create that kind of environment. So the tip for the teachers would be really just connect with your own self, take care of yourself, like Dr. Deepak has said. And most importantly, take care of your emotional health, your happiness. Just be happy and smiling.
Thank you, Dr. Kaura. I think there have been such beautiful inputs, and I'm personally delighted to be in this panel today. In the end, what I have understood is that teaching children kindness, empathy, and compassion is very, very important, rather more important than general learning in the classrooms, because these are the values which they will carry with them all their life. When students feel safe and supported, I assume, and you all will probably give consent to what I'm saying, then children truly perform to the best of their potential. So thank you for having all of you here. It's been such a delightful, wonderful session. Thank you, dear panelists.
Thank
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to the conference. And let's take things ahead. The next session, session 4, is the panel discussion, Beyond COVID-19, Embracing the New Normal. The world, my dear friends, is going through a change of unparalleled dimensions. And naturally, education sector is no different. Given the factor that there is much uncertainty regarding what's happening, what's going to happen, it's very, very normal that we have started to sense a new normal. I mean, it's a new society, new relationship with the environment, a new relationship with the earth, and a new relationship with ourselves. But we, being human beings, are resilient. We always bounce back. We always learn to thrive in this new normal with our attitude and with our resources. So today in panel discussion, I invite our guests. First of all, we have Dr. Rakesh Gupta, internal medicine physician, Apollo Hospital, Delhi. I also take the honor to invite Dr. Roma Kumar, senior consultant psychologist, Institute of Child Health, vice chairperson, psychology, Institute of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, Sri Gangaram Hospital. Our third guest will be joining after a little while and we'll introduce then. And I also introduce, we will be having very shortly with us. Okay, and we all have Charu Mehdi ma'am, Principal DAV Public School, Uppal South End, Sector 49. Charu Mehdi is going to be the moderator for the session, and I request her to commence with the session.
Thank you so much, Anju ma'am, and a very good afternoon to all our learned principals of GPSC schools and their learning bandwagon. I would say learning to learn is the mantra of very progressive Gurgaon Progressive School Council, where each one of us is learning from each other and growing together. I'm sure, dear audience, that after the lunch break, you're all set to embrace the panel. I would wish that you write your queries in the chat box so that we are able to maximize on our takeaways from our very learned, able, and esteemed panel. Dr. Roma, a counselor and clinical psychologist par excellence. Dr. Arvind, even our children know him through the best clubs that run in our schools. And Dr. Rakesh Gupta, a doctor to bank upon for all our queries on internal medicine, vaccinations, etc. So, my dear audience, COVID-19 brought us to a new world, a world to which none of us was prepared. A new, and now if we think of that, if last year we had been told in March that everything, the schools, etc., would be closed for a year, we would have thought, not possible. This is not possible. How it can be that the schools, the educational institutes are closed for an year? But yes, my dear colleagues, in the field of education, my heart goes to all of you. You are the most resilient. Very rightly said, Anju ma'am, that yes, these are the most resilient lot, along with the doctors. Yes, I won't undermine your contributions, doctors on the panel, but yes, the most resilient lot on this planet Earth. I feel that the education field, especially the schools, were the most abuzz with activities, lot of learnings, new platforms, and tools were being explored. And we were pushed out of our comfort zones, isn't it, Roma ma'am? Into a new normal, the digital world, and the world SMS. SMS? No, no, no. I don't want. No, I don't mean messaging. This new world SMS is sanitize, mask, and social distance. And now when we are beginning again trying to open the schools on the behest of the government because they want the schools to be open, CPSC has announced the dates for the commencement of the examination. We at the helm of the affairs are in a state of turmoil, confusion. What to do? What would be the best for our students, our teachers? Because safety, security, and mental health of our students is of our prime concern on the one hand, and then letting this year not to get converted into a 0 year for in terms of education, another thing. So we have to walk the tightrope so that there is a balance. So here I would request our panel for the day to help the education warriors, I would call you all, the teachers and the principal, with the before Corona and after Corona, and how to merge the two normals after and before, and how to embark on this new journey, how to embrace this new normal. So we would like to have your opinions. And for this, Dr. Roma, because they say मन के हारे हार है, मन के जीते जीत. तो सबसे पहले आप ही से हम शुरू करेंगे. That what do you think? We are starting with the higher classes, the adolescents, and this is the time when adolescent is the age when they are trying to build their identity. And during this lockdown, they had only screen in front of them. They had only one identity, that was their digital voice. They had, and many a times it was a DP that they would have put, and their digital voice that was giving them identity. So they hardly took care of grooming themselves maybe. And in one of the panel, doctor was saying obesity has taken, though in schools we have been talking about fitness and all those things, but this all has taken a toll. So now when the schools will reopen, and we have to work on both the things, that they should not go overboard on just grooming themselves and how they are looking outwardly. They also have to see to their studies. So Dr. Roma, what is your message for us, how to go ahead with the adolescents?
Thank you, Charu ma'am, for getting me here on this panel. And thank you everyone on the GPSC to get me here. It's my privilege to be here sharing with you all my experiences during the COVID time. We've all learned so many things from COVID, and it all happened so suddenly, nobody prepared us. So when no one prepares us, the spontaneity factor becomes very, very different for different people, And prior to the COVID, parents would come and ask that, what do we do? That how do we stop our children from being on the screen? And look at us now. We're all on the screen, and we're like on the screen perennially, perpetually. We don't know how to get away from the screen for various things, And so our children have been struggling with the same. I don't blame them. I'm not going to keep them away from the screen because that's not what is true. But what is important is to create some limit setting. And limit setting is good for everything. When you say there's obesity, which is coming in a large number, which is true, because when you sit at home, you're not doing exercise. And when there was a lockdown period, nobody was moving out of the house. So there's been that exercise or that physical activity which has gone down. But now with things opening up, I think people have gotten used to now doing some kind of physical activity. And that's what children need to also do. Unfortunately, what is happening when I'm seeing the children and their parents, it's parents who are all the time saying, ये पढ़ता नहीं है, ये पढ़ती नहीं है, 10वीं का बोर्ड आ गया है, 12वीं का बोर्ड आ गया है, पढ़ नहीं रहे हैं बच्चे. This was there even before, this is there even now. So the focus needs to change from the getting the marks Right from the morning, I'm hearing all this conversation on the panel that, we need to move away from that thought. And there has to be some blended learning which has to take place. And our children have to get used to this blended learning, like you and me have also learned a lot during this time regarding blended learning. The other area, when the child is away from social interactions, what really happens? When the social interaction is absent, some of the very finer nuances of social activity goes away, and children do not know how to deal with that part. We have no idea what the family backgrounds are. What is the family dynamic? What is the family fabric where the child is living day in and day out? First they would move out of the school and then come back, so the intensity of that, if there was any negativity in the house, reduces. So in my practice, I'm seeing a lot of children who are going through maybe differences within the family, differences within the parents, a lot of families having breakdowns, because of the job losses. That is one of the things, but relationships going awry. On the other hand, one is seeing a lot of relationships in the puberty time where children are now experiencing, exploring, and experimenting with the, on the internet with different kind of people, and thus leading themselves into features of anxiety, depression, panic attacks. Now, anxiety, depression, panic attack has become a very common factor with children, and we are all struggling now how to deal with it. But for the part, when a child says to the parent that I want to go and see a psychologist and I want to talk to the counselor, and we have been virtually available to everybody through the globe. I've been doing a lot of counseling through the globe for different timings. Parents, especially in India, would say, why do you need to go to a psychologist? You don't need a psychologist. We are there, talk to us. Now that mindset needs to change. That mindset needs to change because we're still struggling with the stigma, and we are aware where children in adolescence are struggling with a lot of mental health issues. Like ma'am, you said about their grooming. I think a lot of adults also are going through grooming aspects. Initially, because of the lockdown, I know a lot of women would say, we haven't gone for our vaccine, we haven't gone for a haircut. Yesterday only, I met somebody who said, I haven't gone for a haircut for 1 year. I have seen men who have started doing ponytails because they haven't gone in for a haircut. So grooming is something that all of us have gone through an issue. So not just children. I think we need to look into, ourselves differently. We've not been trained to look at ourselves differently. That's the issue. So slowly, gradually, when we train ourselves or we raise our children in that manner, only then children will start understanding. And let's not pressurize them. Let's be kind to them. Just let them be. Just let them be. Because in our times also, we had certain situations where our parents never came to know what we did. And the child is all the time in the house. So let's be a little more kind to them, let them more empathetic, and let's not push them only to study. And I said, this is a time for blended learning. Let more learning happen differently. And from morning, we are talking about that learning, which is to take place differently.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roma. Yes, we have to be more empathetic towards our learners and these adolescents who are also struggling with what their roles are. Dr. Roma, just actually, yes, the day before yesterday, my coordinator received this WhatsApp message from one of the students she is in grade 10, and she wrote that ma'am, because my father has a transferable job and he already has got transfer orders, and after grade 10 we would be moving to Nasik or something. And now that you have opened the school, but because of social distancing, you are not allowing more than 10 students in one class. You have distributed the class like this. My best friend is in another class. Please allow me to sit with that student, with my best friend, because I have not seen her for previous 9 months. And as soon as the exams get over, I'll be. So this is another kind of dilemma that the students are like, to be or not to be. Parents are saying don't meet, teachers are saying keep social distancing, no high fives, no hugs and all, but still and this girl is saying कि मुझे उसी class में कर दो. तो ये भी एक situation है. ऐसे में हमें as educators should we not, क्या करना चाहिए?
As I said, let's be kind to children. You know, you and me also have friends who we've been wanting to go and meet up. We've been meeting them on the on the screen, and some of us have been meeting some of our friends maybe with social distancing, but a lot of us have met our friends without social distancing. That's also present. I'm not saying let's encourage the child to do something like this. What we can do is, I think rules can be made a little different for some children, especially when this child is going to go away. So maybe a couple minutes or maybe a half an hour through the day, you can have that child be with his or her friend and just encourage some kind of social interaction between them, instead of thinking that, okay, should we put them into the same class? That's an administrative area. I don't want to get into that area, but I think what I would suggest is give them some time together within the school premises. Yes, and also we need to ask or tell this child who is going to go away to Nasik is that we need to make more friends. And this is the time that we'll make more friends. We're not getting you away from this child. You can meet her during this time. I'm giving you permission to go and meet her, but I cannot change rules for the school. Right? That's what you can say.
Yes, very right. And so we have to keep talking to these students also, so that
conversation is the most important. Listening to them. A lot of us adults, I'm not talking of schools actually are doing a great job, and look at the teachers, how they have handled everything. It's just par excellence. We have to listen to the child, what the child is talking about, where the child is coming about. We do not listen to our children, especially when there is loss, and loss is of various kinds. Loss leading to grief. We don't allow our children to grieve. Let's allow them to grieve, listen to them. And most of our problems will go away if we listen to them.
During this COVID time and lockdown, etc., yes, you are right. Many things happened in various households where some students also lost a parent, and they were not even able to talk to a friend. Talking virtually doesn't give that kind of a comfort. So the situation, yes, was great, but the schools have been doing what best they can to bring together, then bringing out some talents, etc. Similarly, ma'am, if we talk of the kindergarten, the LKG, the first school students, the first they had, and this year was all totally virtual. They never got to see their teacher, and the friends also were all just dancing here or there, kind of on the screen. So they also had a big problem. So now if the government says that yes, you can reopen the schools, I am really thinking how it's going to be, how the situation is going to be, how much we have to move ahead, how much liberty we have to give. And like earlier, the young ones would go and hug the teacher, cuddle, and all those things around her sari or legs. But all that, it's going to be different. The concept of attending school has been haywire. So anything for this young parents of these young students who are just joining, especially after this?
So let me tell you that most of the children, whether they are small or whether they are older, if the parent has been insistent on the SMS that you're talking of, the child is very well aware and they are taking that care. It's only the family environment which needs to be conducive for the child to be carrying with these three aspects which are most important. I myself have a grandson who has to enter nursery and he's on online classes. So what would we do? We take him drive him to the school, show him the school from outside and say, well, the classes are going to happen there, but right now the classes are here. And he's very happy, wanting to go back to the school as soon as the school opens. So how you speak to the child and how you encourage the child to be in the school and not feel that, because he's in the house, he's being deprived. But I think the children are learning differently. Children are going to get more and more creative, and their critical thinking is developing like this. So when the school reopens, I think it's going to be a fun activity, keeping, of course, those three things, that social distancing has to be there and mask has to be there. I think children will really want to come back to school and want to learn.
Yes, they really want to come back to school and learn. Dr. Roma, our other two panelists by chance have not joined us till now because of some technical glitch maybe. So I am going to continue with you and take as much juice of knowledge that I can extract from you. So for the benefit of all our attendees here, yes, my dear attendees, please write your questions if you have from Dr. Roma. We have her all for us right now. So
Dr.
whatever
Rakesh
you
has
wish.
joined. Dr. Rakesh has
Dr.
joined.
Rakesh.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for that, Aarti ma'am, for telling. Okay, so we will just bring him into our conversation. Just one more bit, Dr. Roma, before I take on to Dr. Rakesh. Being at home has made us all introvert, lazy, and it has enforced Dr. Rakesh, please mute yourself. Yes, okay.
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
Yeah, I was saying that being at home has brought in too much of complacency also, laziness, okay, getting up at our own pace, and the class, mom is bringing a glass of milk and you are muting yourself and stopping the video and having your breakfast and all those things. It will be digital world, coming to the physical world also will be easy. What's your take on this, ma'am?
Well, I would say most of us have been experiencing that. In the earlier days, we really thought that it is a time to rejoice and we are all at home and it's family time and it's fun time and we don't have to go back to work. So we all kind of glided slowly, swam, navigated, and put ourselves into that position that acha, now we are becoming lazy, we're on the bed. But I think the most important is that we need to create a structure for ourselves. Why have we forgotten to create a structure, a discipline, a routine? We used to always have that while we were going to our work or to our schools. So I would request to the parents that you need to have a routine, and there has to be some limit setting for children to sleep at a certain hour like they were doing earlier. It shouldn't be that when you get up in the morning, you're in your razai and you're got a laptop there and you are listening to the teacher. That is not where learning can happen. Learning does not happen in the line of position. Some kind of awareness and talking to the parents is most important. And also, let's teach children mindfulness. Let's be very mindful of what we are doing. Our children will learn that way. So, even if they are not in the structure right now, I think we haven't lost a lot of time. Let's talk to the parents. Let's create some structure, some discipline within the house, and children will come around. I'm very, very, hopeful of that, and I know children can do that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roma. And now, dear audience, we have Dr. Rakesh and Dr. Arvind also have joined us. So good, we are lucky that all of us are here and taking to the new normal. And Doctor, just to tell everyone, Dr. Arvind is joining us from Elephanta Caves. So he was in Mumbai, Maharashtra, and from there, and then he came back to the lobby of this one of the hotels, Taj Hotel, and from here he is going to join us. And Dr. Rakesh, after performing his work, meeting with the patients and all, he is also joined in. So this is one good thing that this digital platform has given us, that people can work on their own, enjoy, be with their family, and still be there at work. And my hat goes to you doctors, that I think it is only commitment that brings you here with us to share your thoughts and help us understand how to embrace this new normal. So here I would ask Dr. Rakesh, welcome to the panel, Dr. Rakesh. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So, like now that the schools are reopening, and especially we in Gurgaon have started calling students from classes 10 and 12 for their practicals and their doubt classes. Government is saying that you can start calling students from class 6, but we are really wary of doing that. So what's your take? How to go about it, how much wearing of mask the students have to do, then social distancing or the physical distancing that we say. And then this is the season when the students also get a normal flu. Then how to differentiate between a normal flu and COVID if it is there in the children. And just in case a child develops fever at school, then how to manage, how to take care. I have a very able doctor at my school and a nurse who's there all time, and they are managing, meeting the students and seeing all that. But still, these are few things that I, as the principal, would like to know, that how to take care and how to know what to do. Yes, sir, Dr. Rakesh.
Okay. Thank you for bearing with our technical glitches, and I think I'm good at these things. But in a new forum, the kind of forum which we are not used to as doctors, but it's always nice to reach out to society at large. To be honest, I've been involved with COVID patients for almost now 10 months. From the very first day we started having COVID patients, and I think we have traveled a long way along with our community and all people, etc. And I think these have been very odd times per se. You have been asking pertinent questions, but let me tell you my thoughts from the point of view of children and schools. Fortunately, COVID has not been that much seen in children. That is one thing which we have seen. Somehow our children population has escaped the COVID, perhaps because of their innate immunity, or perhaps because of all the vaccinations which were given in childhood, and a universal program of immunization being as strong as it is. So I think we have not had too many patients of COVID in children per se. That's number one. So I think that was a significant population which has escaped. Second thing is a general sense of community lowering of guard has started taking place. People have started thinking that, we are at the end of COVID now, and we can be a little bit relaxed about all this. The truth is far different. Honestly, please don't lower your guard. All the precautions which we have taken over last 9 to 10 months have to continue till the time we reach an end point, which is not so near per se. India has been fortunate in handling of the situation, and we have not been too bad as of now. But if we look at our Western counterparts, I think they are having a lot of trouble in controlling. So I think still we have a long way to go. Third thing which everybody asks us about vaccination and all which has come about. As of now, children are not given these vaccinations. Any of these vaccinations anywhere in the world given by the instructions according to WHO and all guidelines are that children are not part of the vaccination less than 16 years. Nobody is offered these vaccinations. Perhaps in future, probably children will become part of the vaccination trials. You must understand one thing about vaccinations. Vaccinations take years to develop. This is an emergency situation. So a lot of governments have given a green head signal to emergency use of these vaccines, but that doesn't mean that we should start using them indiscriminately. So the answer to the whole question is that as of now, we cannot kind of give vaccination to children, and there is no question about giving vaccine to children at all. There is also a survey, a kind of process being taken place in which some companies have started thinking about giving a nasal vaccine, nasal spray vaccine. And that perhaps may come on to children over future. We're talking about 6 months, 1 year, 2 years down the line, but I'm just saying this is where we are as of now, as far as the vaccines are concerned for children. No vaccines for children at the moment. Now, your next question was that how do we manage in a school? The school has to take all the precautions which they have been taking till now. And once children start coming to school, I assume it start with the senior classes, everybody has to wear the masks. The mask cannot be taken off. The school does not comprise of children alone. I assume schools have workers, sanitation workers, teachers, adults, people who kind of are helpers and bus drivers, etc. So they all can be carriers. Every person is a suspect. So every child has to be wearing a mask. The social distancing has to be there. You cannot have desk to desk, kind of in schools as we remember our own schools. It has to be a distance, and perhaps the study has been saying that you start with half the number of students, or you have limited number of children in a class. You must have heard that in social interactions also limited number of people are allowed. And even in restaurants, not more than 4 people on a chair can be there. So in school also probably that kind of precaution has to be taking place. The adults, all the adults who are kind of involved with children, they have to be, kind of studied from the point of view of COVID. They should not be carriers of COVID. It's a kind of bubble which has to be created. Like you must have heard of bubble which is created in cricket matches or in sports events. So I think all the adults and all the people who are involved with children in school, they have to be tested for COVID. They should be negative. Fortunately, the testing for COVID is now easily available as compared to before. As initially we had limited resources, but now I think it's easily available. It's not very expensive, and they all have to be there. Remember, any adult can be an asymptomatic carrier and can transmit it to children. So all the adults have to be wearing the masks, all the children have to be wearing the masks, the social distancing and all the norms have to be maintained. And along with that, if it's feasible to kind of have classes, then perhaps one can say that, yes, you can go ahead. You might say that, how long will it continue, doctor? Will we ever return back to a normal situation when we used to teach our children and all? I would say perhaps, yes, you would, but not so soon. It might take a few months when a certain amount of herd immunity comes across, when majority of the adults are vaccinated enough. Incidentally, I got myself vaccinated today. So as of now, the healthcare workers are being vaccinated. So I think first the healthcare workers, then the susceptible adults, then all the adults over next few weeks to months. And after that also, if you know you're given 2 shots of vaccinations, after 3 to 4 weeks, the second shot, and then the immunity kicks off after a week, 2 weeks after giving the second shot. So we are looking at 6 weeks at least from the first shot before the immunity kicks in. So we are still looking at few months away, and we're looking at all the helpers and teachers coming in the second or third phase of being given the vaccination after the healthcare drive, etc. So I think the answer to your question in nutshell is that all children and all adults have to keep taking the usual precautions, which we have kept till now. The social distancing as well as the masks have to be there in place all the time. You cannot expect that you can lower the guard. You must also remember that every child comes from a family. And in a family, there are a lot of adults. There can be senior citizens, there can be young people, parents who may be, kind of asymptomatic carrier themselves. So every child has a potential to be a carrier. And if it doesn't take these precautions like mask and all, can be in a position to transmit it to others. And that is unfortunately the bewilderment of this virus, which is kind of bothered us over last 1 year. So I think all the precautions in place, all the masks and social distancing, there perhaps after that, we can think about trying to start with schools and kind of maintain all the precautions which you can.
So, but like the way we read that the virus is mutating and it's not stable, even then I do not know how it's going to be, whether we will ever come back to normalcy after this thing. And after vaccination, if let's say if all our teachers are getting vaccinated, all our staff is vaccinated, can we start calling them, can have a full strength of children coming to school? Is this possible? And after vaccination, can a vaccinated adult become an asymptomatic carrier? Is that also possible? There are too many ifs actually.
Okay.
And
yeah, let me try to answer some ifs. The nature of virus is such that they undergo mutations, and this is about all viruses as such. So, you know, over the years, we have seen in our experience over decades that whichever viruses have come about, after sometimes they undergo mutation. And that is the reason why you must have heard that every year we tell our patients that they should undergo a flu vaccination. You must have heard of influenza vaccination, which is there. And every winters, a new vaccine comes in, because that is based on the strains which are prevailing over last 1 year, or whatever the mutations might have occurred. So that's the nature of every virus. It will undergo mutation. I do not think so we should bother too much about mutation at the moment. At the moment, our first step should be to kind of do the mass vaccination to create a herd immunity and good antibodies in most of our population, in a majority of the population. Only then perhaps we can say that we are in a safe zone. Can teachers be given vaccination? Of course, every teacher should be given vaccination. But if a teacher is given vaccination, like I said, it will take 6 weeks, at least 2 weeks after the second shot, before the immunity kicks in, or the antibodies kick in. So till then, the patient, that sister is as asymptomatic carrier as anybody else. And even after the vaccination is given, we are not too sure yet. Our knowledge is growing by different kind of studies which are coming about. How long does the protection last? Some studies have said 5 to 6 months. Some studies have said we are not too sure how long it lasts. And 2 injections are given. There are plans in place that probably some vaccination is going to be 1 shot, and it will provide us vaccination for some time. So I think we all are learning with time. We have to go with time. So even after vaccine is given to children or teachers, not children, teachers and all the helpers, then they have to be wearing a mask all the time. And we should consider that they would still be in a potential space to kind of infect children or whosoever they come in touch, even though they might be vaccinated. So even as a doctor, if I'm vaccinated and 2 weeks after my second vaccination, I feel that the immunity has kicked off, still I have to keep wearing my mask, maintain the social distancing, and do all the usual. The chances would be much less, but it won't be zero. So we might be asymptomatic carriers in spite of being given a vaccination. And that is the truth of the vaccination as of today.
okay, so thank you, Dr.
So
Gupta.
I don't want to. Sorry, I was just going to make a comment that don't be disheartened. This is the nature of all viruses and mutations and how they proceed. Remember, vaccinations take years to develop, but in these abnormal circumstances, all the scientists and organizations have moved very fast, which has got 90% or 92% efficacy, as you must have read. Remember, no vaccine is 100% efficacious. And that is what you must have said. Any vaccine which is in the market has got a percentage, 70%, 90%, 92%, 95%. None of them are 100%. So which means that any person, even after vaccination, has a potential to kind of transmit. But I think when the vast majority kind of gets a vaccine, when the herd immunity gets built up, then in that case, perhaps we can later on assume and hope that this thing settles down and we move on with life. So I think it will happen sooner than later. But as of now, we continue doing all the precautions, which has brought us to this space after 9 months.
Thank you so much. I'll come back to you. And we also have Dr. Arvind, who is joining us all the way from Maharashtra. Can we have Dr. Arvind here? And Dr. Arvind,
Good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible?
Yes, all the way from Taj, Mumbai.
Bring you greetings to all of you from the lobby of Taj at Gateway of India, Mumbai. And sorry for being a little late in joining, but it's a pleasure and I'm indeed grateful to all of you for the opportunity provided to me.
is our privilege totally, Dr. Sir, that you are there with us. And and I would say that we are also sorry that we have taken a bit of your family time. So here, sir, without taking much time, because this corona is actually attacking your field, that is lungs. So how we are going to take care, and what all, as the schools start reopening, because in our schools we have students who are asthmatic, who are diabetic, and there are certain immunocompromised children also in schools. And yes, teachers also are there, but both. I have, as principal, I have to be sure that all my stakeholders are fine. So what is your message to them? And once the school reopen, because that, as Dr. Gupta was saying, that you don't have to put your guard down, the mask has to be there always. Then in such a case, how do I go about? If the students are there in the field, they are playing, can they put their guard down? At that time, can we allow them to put their mask down? So there are too many questions for you. So you take in, yes.
First of all, again, a very warm good afternoon. Thank you to all of you. Some of the things which I would say may be a repetition of which Dr. Gupta has already very elegantly and very succinctly described, but nonetheless, for the sake of completion, I think it would be pertinent if I repeat it. Now, many of my statements might sound negative, might sound a little depressing also, but aim is not to alarm you or to unnecessarily warn you, but aim is to give you the reality of the picture. Now, first sentence that I want to say that this is a very dangerous virus, and this virus is not going to go away very easily. Now, again, a depressing statement, but let me tell you, it's a true statement, number one. Number two, vaccine or no vaccine, till such time that every human being on this planet has been vaccinated completely, the three pillars of controlling this infection, which is the use of mask, the use of social distancing, and the use of hand hygiene, and also a fourth pillar I will add, avoiding too many people at a place in a crowded, in a room, in a closed space, too many people in a closed space. Now, this is what has been shown to have the highest transmission. So avoiding too many people in a closed space, using masks, using social distancing and hand hygiene, this is going to be the norm at least through 2021. Let's be clear and honest about it. No running away from the fact that in 2021, within a few months, we are going to return to pre-corona. Answer is a big no. Because if you look at the rate of immunization, what we have been able to achieve, it's going to take several months, if not years, before all people are vaccinated. Until such time, this virus will be lurking around. We've seen mutations occurring. It's a dangerous virus. Right now, we are in a good phase that the numbers are going down in our country. But we have seen in so many countries, England being prime example, any point of time, it can mutate, it can undergo various other things and come back and strike with vengeance. And therefore, not lowering our guard and continuing to be cautious is going to be the guiding mantra for the rest of 2021. Number one. Number two, as far as children are concerned, while I agree with Dr. Gupta that the incidence of involvement of children has been low, but there is also data from China and also some data from England which says that children tend to be more infectious than other people. In fact, this is one of the reasons why they have started giving vaccines to children in China, because they feel that if children get infected, they'll spread the disease much faster than the adults. So therefore, we should not underplay the importance of this. Secondly, the children go home, they mix with parents, they mix with grandparents, and if a child gets infected, he has the potential to infect the whole family. And therefore, your answer, a lot of answers, can we allow lunch break? Can we allow them to remove masks during playground? Can we have the normal, the morning prayer sessions, etc. Well, madam, it would take quite some time before we return to these things, because maintaining at least 1.5 to 2 meter distance and ensuring that they wear masks will be mandatory. Let me repeat it, it will be mandatory. So I think all answers can be clubbed within the ambit of, yes, you can do it as long as the mask is there, the social distancing is there, hand hygiene is maintained, and too many people are not collecting in a closed space. So madam, if you were to hold a meeting in your office and invite the entire staff to be there, and if 20-30 teachers are there in a closed space with an AC running there, it's a highly contagious activity with a high chance, even if one person is infected, she or he can infect everybody else. So open spaces with social distancing is safer than people collecting in closed spaces. Now we cannot go into each individual situation, but I'm giving you an overall perspective that you will have to avoid too many people in a closed room. You'll have to maintain social distancing. You'll have to use, and the most difficult is going to be, keeping the small children to use the mask. You can put on the mask. How are you going to ensure nose and mouth adequately covered by a proper size fitting mask? Remember, if you just hang a mask there, as many of us often do, without covering the nose and mouth and lips being loose and covering the chin, that's just a cosmetic thing. It doesn't really give protection. For complete protection, the mask has to cover the nose and mouth. The nose clip has to be tight and the mask has to be closely fitting so that the entire air that you breathe in and breathe out passes through the mask. Then only the mask is effective, not otherwise. Most of us tend to just hang something there for cosmetic purposes. That doesn't help, and most of the children will tend to do that. So I have my reservations about schools being able to open. You've seen what happened in England. England opened their primary schools, and the present resurgence which has forced a second lockdown in England and followed by that in the rest of Europe also is being attributed by many people to this opening of schools, which is supposed to be the source from where this virus had its second spread. So I would definitely exercise a lot of caution as far as opening of schools and allowing various activities in the schools are concerned. Madam.
Thank you so much, sir. And as you said that wearing the mask all the time from nose to chin is important. Then, but this also causes acne, shortness of breath. That is a problem. And I take it from you that that means we actually cannot open the schools full strength for at least another 6 months, as both you and Dr. Rakesh Gupta, you are saying. So, yes. Because another thing that the schools have to see is that it should not get into a zero education year. We have to keep the wheel of education going on. Yes, sir.
Madam, I'll interrupt you there. I'm sorry. And I would say life is much, much more important than 1-0 year. All of you are great educationists, but madam, as a doctor, for me, being alive at the end of this pandemic is far more important than wasting 1 year. If my child were involved and if I was given a choice between wasting 2 years versus risking his or her life, I would, without thinking an eyelid, choose to waste 2 years but keep the life safe. Think of those millions of people who have lost their lives, more than 1,000 doctors who have lost their life. Will they ever come back? No, they will not. So therefore, I, as a doctor, would like to again re-stress, even if it means 0 education year, I think it's a small price to pay for keeping our precious children alive and safe from this dangerous virus. even though the mortality may be low, but if the numbers are too high, the number of people dying will still be large. And therefore, avoiding infection as a doctor for me is my first priority. Economic issues, educational issues, social issues, emotional issues, everything is less important than life, madam.
Thank you so much. The panel is so live and bubbling with energy and so many questions brewing because we do not know what next. But yes, everything that's moving comes to an end, and so is our time too. So just last 1 minute, I'll just take a round. So Dr. Roma, anything that you wish to say to our listeners, your one word to them? One sentence, sorry, not one word. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Roma.
Dr. Gupta and Dr. Arvind Kumar both have said very, very appropriately. And Dr. Arvind Kumar, I know him very well from Gangaram Hospital times. So both of them said very appropriate things. I would just say, I think it's time to get our grit and resilience. You know, that's the thing that we need to get back with our children, to understand how we bounce back from uncertain and difficult times. And that's what is most important. And academics, it does not carry that kind of weightage during these uncertain times. I would say that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Roma. And Dr. Rakesh, your last.
I wanted to say something in between, but I missed out on that point. You had asked a question that children tend to have common cold and common cough. How do you differentiate it between from COVID? There are certain subtle differences, but I don't think so parents and children themselves can judge that. I would also go on to say that please be in touch with your pediatrician or physicians on one-to-one basis. Any cough and cold lasting beyond 1 or 2 days, please don't take treatment or discuss yourselves. I think social media, unfortunately, has become a very, you should have used a veritable tool, which most of us are using, and people are taking decisions and making their own decisions on their own. Clinicians, pediatricians, physicians, they are your best friends who will guide you properly. Please be in touch with them, and they are the ones who will guide you properly. That is extremely important. Please don't bypass them and let them decide on your behalf whether on a virtual platform or whether they see you on a one-to-one basis in the clinics, that how to proceed forward just in case you have any infections. So I think that is a very important message which everybody should go. Google or whatever can give you some information, but every individual is different. So I think till the time this thing comes to an end, schools also have to take the usual precautions. Parents have to take the precautions. Children have to take the precautions. Don't let your guard down. Be in touch with your clinicians all the time who can guide you one-to-one. And let's get out of this whole pandemic in a safe zone. Like I said, education will come with time, but safety is the prime criteria.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta. And Dr. Arvind, have you also been vaccinated? Like Dr. Gupta got his vaccination today.
Yes, I got my shot day before yesterday. And I have had no...
Audience, your doubts of whether to get vaccinated or not vaccinated are put to rest, because both the doctor panelists on our panel have got their shots, and yes, in my family also. So there is no chance of thinking whether we should go vaccinated or not. Isn't that, Dr. Arvind? That was also, yes, sir.
Can I just say last few sentences to sum up?
Yes, yes, please.
It's a very, very dangerous enemy. It's an invisible enemy. It's an enemy which is known to change its shape, size, antigenicity, and it comes in various forms. It's known to remain quiet for some time and then hit back with a vengeance. There are very few treatment options. There is a potent vaccine now, rather 2 vaccines available. There should be no doubt on the efficacy of both the vaccines. And whoever turn comes and you get a call from the government agencies, please, without any hesitation, go and get yourself vaccinated. It's the best thing you can do for yourself and also for the society. So till such time that every human being on this planet has been vaccinated, these four things, not accumulating in large numbers in closed spaces, mask, social distancing, hand hygiene will continue to be there. So 2021, please don't think of these things going away from our life. Thank you very much and good luck to all of you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Arvind, Dr. Rakesh, and Dr. Roma for joining us on this panel and enlightening all our audience. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Thank you. And
Thank
yes,
you very much.
I can
Thanks
see
for
Anju
inviting
here.
us.
Bye-bye, sir. Yes, yes, Anju,
Thank you
ma'am. It's
so
all
much. I mean, such a powerful message which has come through. And I personally am going to tell sir that I'm going to reiterate each and every word that you have shared with us, with my students, and be as emphatic as you have been, sir, because it is really, really, I mean, we have been going through it for the past so many months, but still, I mean, this message has been so strong and clear. I thank all our panelists for your wonderful words of wisdom, and I thank Charu ma'am for this moderation. Thank you so much. We'll take a short break and we'll all be back.
Welcome back, and a warm welcome to one and all present here this afternoon for the conference. We are now embarking towards session 5, which is again a panel discussion. NEP 2020, the way forward to 2025. Education is the most powerful weapon for changing the world. The NEP 2020 looks at addressing various challenges in our education system. While it looks like it has the potential to provide solutions to many of these issues, ultimately its success will depend on the environment and a number of other external factors. The new education policy is a positive reimagination of India's existing education regime. It has some very impressive and appreciable propositions. The policy envisions a model of holistic learning that is integrated, engaging, and immersive. To discuss upon this topic, I invite the esteemed panelists for the session 5, Dr. Rishi Goyal, Director SCERT. I extend a warm and hearty welcome to Dr. Ashok Pandey, sir, Director Alcon Group of Schools. I also welcome Mrs. Malini Narayan, Chairperson, NPSC, Principal of Army Public School, Shankar Vihar, New Delhi. Mrs. Anita Makkar, Education Leader and Principal, the HDFC School, Gurugram, will be moderating the session. I welcome you, ma'am. I request ma'am to kindly take over the session. Thank you.
A very good afternoon to Dr. Goyal, Dr. Pandey, Mrinalini ji. There's a lot of buzz about National Education Policy 2020 and a lot of inquisitiveness also. So everybody is looking forward to having their queries resolved through this panel also. So straight away coming to National Education Policy 2020. So my first question would be to Dr. Goyal. Dr. Goyal, National Education Policy 2020 states that education is a great leveler and is the best tool for achieving economic and social mobility, inclusion, and equality. To keep it up with this spirit, NEP has a goal to form school complexes wherein the small schools will be a part of one senior secondary school. That is, every school sharing resources and teachers collaborating with each other as a cohesive team. Would the private schools be also a part of these school complexes? If yes, how it is going to be achieved? So Dr. Goyal, please. Sir, you are on mute.
A very good afternoon to
Ma'am Anita Makkad, and all the panelists, as well as all the participants. I'm very thankful to the organizers of this workshop, of this conference, that I have been invited in this very esteemed gathering. This idea of school complex, you have already admitted that it has been envisioned to make education really a great leveler. I feel a solace in your statement, because every one of us knows that private school system and public school system, they have become like poles apart, and hardly any communication or any bridges left between these two systems. So policy talks to bridge these gaps. Even among private school system, there are some very big brand schools, and then there are budget schools. A new word has been coined, recently. There are budget schools. So all these school systems, they have, serious communication gaps as such. The sharing of the resources and sharing of the teachers, and these are all distant dreams as of now. The policy has made a good start as far as this envisioning is concerned. We already know that the idea of this school complex is not new to us. All of us in the CBSC system, I have also been into the CBSC system for at least 2 decades. So this school complexes was already created on this objective. Similarly, in the government school system, public school system, the policy has first time started saying this public schools. Otherwise, there's a misnomer when we talk about the public school system. So the public schools come into our mind, but in the policy document, the public school system, they mean by the government school system. So already they have also this, school complexes. How much functional they are, how much effective they are, whether they are able to achieve the desired objectives or not, that's a separate issue. But as far as this 5.10, you have mentioned this policy document, the clause 510, it talks about the idea of the school complexes, that bigger schools, they will be leading the smaller schools in an area. It doesn't specifically mention whether these complexes will be including the both private and public schools. It's silent about it. But there are some other places where we get some idea how things are, going to. This 7.7, chapter 7 of the policy it talks about the governance system, how the governance is going to be made effective through school complexes. And there for the first time, it has been very specifically mentioned in 7.10 probably, that every public school will have a twinning with a private school. So this twinning of 1-to-1 public and private schools can be a starting point. And we can build on the, based on the experience of that twinning, we can seek the future way ahead. This is what I think. As far as the objectives of the school system, as such sharing of the physical resources or of the expertise or of the teachers between the private schools and the public schools shall happen in the very first go. That is not going to happen. We will have to build upon the idea. We will have to learn from each other. And the biggest thing, the biggest block is at the mindsets. The mindsets level, we will have to admit the public school system as well as the government, as well as the private school system, that every child, every Indian child is entitled to get quality education. It has its right. So we have to honor that at the mindset level. When that happens, I think we will be able to explore the ways. That's what I think, madam.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goel. And what I take from here is that we first have, all of us have to learn how to collaborate with each other, how to understand each other's needs, and work towards a common goal. Thank you so much for giving clarity on this. Dr. Pandey, my next question is to you. The policy envisages reconfiguration of curricular and pedagogical structuring to 5+3+3+4 design, that is foundational, preparatory, middle, and secondary. What changes can we expect in terms of quantum of content, subject options, and pedagogical approaches? Dr. Pandey, please.
Yeah, thank you, Anita ji. How nice to see you all, and my dear friend Malini is here. And Mr. Goel's elaboration on that point you asked was very enriching, very enlightening. The new structure that you have asked about, Anita, I think the major change will come at the foundation year. And many people have not seen it through to the extent that when we make foundation years 3 years, it means it is going to bring children from class 3 to age 3 to age 6 in the formal mainstreaming of education system. And as per the last data, I can tell you almost 200 million children will fall under that category. So on one hand, it brings a promise. On the other hand, it brings a huge challenge. Promise that those children will be taken care of. But the challenge is schools, teachers, their training, learning material, midday meal. So it is a very, very daunting task. And now that the budget is very close to us, I'm having a lot of hopes that the government will make extra budgetary allocation for that. So that is one thing about the structuring. But otherwise, primary, middle, and senior school, there is no change in that. It was earlier also in the similar fashion, and it will remain like that. Of course, you talked about curriculum. I think the new education policy has already hinted that the curriculum is to be trimmed. Curriculum is to be made lean. And core curriculum and curriculum around that. So the central theme will be, yes, less number of subject, but deeper understanding of it. But other than cognitive things, we have to take care of socio-emotional learning, non-cognitive aspects of child's growth, character building, developing resilience, kindness, empathy, and preparing them for life. So the whole idea of new education policy is now from 3 years to not 18 years, from 3 years to lifelong, from school to beyond school, from the local, national to international context. Now, if these are the visions, I think our curriculum will have to support it. And once the curriculum is in place, of course, the pedagogy has to change. So how will the pedagogy change? In very briefly, I'll tell you what has been our pedagogy so far. One size fits. It's a cliche, but it is very appropriate to say here. And now this has to change where we embrace diversity. This has to change where every child has an opportunity to learn and excel. And at the same time, developing love for learning in the child. And that is why the policy has mentioned that it is learning how to learn will become the major pedagogical objective. So that is one thing. The second thing that our current pedagogy is, in my opinion, it is a stimulus response model. So we give information as teachers, and we want the children to consume it as consumers and then reproduce it in the examination. And this has to change to a pedagogy where children learn by meeting challenges, by solving problems, by learning collaboratively. Teacher and child, both of them become co-designers and co-learners. So I think these are the shifts that the pedagogy demands as per NEP, and I think all of us have to brace up to that. Anita.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. Another question leading to this only, when we talk about subject options at the secondary stage, right now there is a children, they choose their streams at the level of grade 11. NEP envisages at the level of grade 9, and there's going to be a flexibility of choosing subjects, mixing of liberal arts with science, with commerce. So how the children are going to pursue those careers that they want to pursue as in pure sciences or in arts or music or commerce. So how are we going to go about it?
So I think that is going to be the most challenging part of the whole NEP. And 2 or 3 things are very important here. Whatever changes we make at the school level, they have to be taken to the next level of colleges. So if schools and colleges are not integrated, you and I know what new experiments were made at the level of CBSC and 11th and 12th, and we introduced so many subjects, and those subjects were not even recognized by higher education. I'm not naming the universities and colleges. And after 2 or 3 years down the line, Anita, we had to withdraw those subjects, right?
Absolutely.
So I think that is the first challenge, that how it is integrated in a forward manner. So colleges have to sit down and find out that if children are coming from these streams, how we make the combination and permutation of that. So that is one thing. The second thing is the mindset of students and parents. If parents continue to think that since my child has to become an engineer, and if the engineering test demands physics, chemistry, and mathematics, then rest of the subjects are only for passing time. So then the whole idea is defeated there as well. And the third thing is that we have to learn from the best international practices and universities, that how they have integrated with economics, let us say, environment. So environment is a science and economic is, let us say, a partial science or liberal art. You know, so this kind of combination where science, you see, ultimately what is going to happen is when we talk of collaboration, let us also talk of collaborative problem solving. So if we have to solve the problem of a smart city, I think it is only engineers will not solve it. We need sociologists for that. We need doctors also, and at the same time, we need town planners also. We also need, you know, how to maintain other aspects of social life. And therefore, experts from all walks of life have to come. And that thing has to be brought at the level of the school, where teachers and principals and parents have to understand this whole thing. And then only we can take it forward. Now imagine such a petty thing today, if a science student from class 12 wants to pursue economics, at the time of admission, his score is reduced by 2.5%. So what do we talk about it, you see? So I think this area is a very sensitive area you have taken up. I have flagged 2 or 3 issues, but I'm very, very hopeful that we will be able to navigate it.
Very well put across, Dr. Pandey, and I hope that CBSE as well as universities would take cognizance of this and come out with the solutions and with the propositions at the earliest. This is what we can hope for. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Malini ji, thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you so much.
So to you, NEP has laid emphasis on building skills such as scientific temper and evidence-based thinking. We have been trying to build these capacities through our various policies and national curriculum frameworks so far in the past as well. How is it going to be dealt differently in National Education Policy 2020?
Yeah, first, let me thank the organizers for inviting me. It's a pleasure and a delight to be here, and with my mentor, Dr. Ashok Pandey, and Rishiji, namaskar to you. And of course, Anita Makkad, we go back in years, and some important milestones have been achieved under her tutelage. So thank you so much. This question that you asked, we talked about NCF 2005, comparing it with NEP 2020. 15 years have gone by. The world has changed, and the world view of education has also changed. Without any political leanings, let me quickly put this on record that today the country is discussing NEP 2020. do you remember discussing it at such lengths when NCF 2005 came in? It restricted itself to the NCRT, CBSE, and the corridors of schools and in discussions of the educationists. So today the will has come from the top, the push has come from the top, and the recipients are all ready to take it. Also, if you see, there is so much that's changed. Before I come to the scientific temper and the evidence-based learning, there are 4 or 5 big game changers as to why this, I am very, very optimistic, will take place. One is, of course, there's so much of research that has been brought into the field of education. Technology has pushed education into the rooms of people. So parents are so aware now. If you talk about bagless days, which is one small line in the NEP, the last person in the state would know about it. They're saying no bags, no homework. Is this something new? So the awareness level that technology has brought in is a huge game changer. And of course, there is increased awareness along with it. And the growing aspirations of the parent community, no matter where they are as parents, they have huge aspirations, because the belief that every child can succeed, right, with an exemplar of our Prime Minister, has been such a huge, torch light for each one of them. So having said that, 2 major reports actually kind of changed the way we looked at it. Not that NCF 2005 didn't have these markers. We all were treading towards it, moving towards it, some slowly, some faster, and did realize that it was important. But when did that big shift happen, and when did the alarm bells ring? I think there was an ASER report in 2006, and here I'd urge all the participants to go through these ASER reports of the years. This report came in 2006, and Dr. Vimla Ramachandran, is a big name in the field of education and research, she wrote an article saying being under 6 in rural India. And that article actually answers all the questions that you put forth. Today, if we are talking about the dropout rate, what is the reason why children don't even want to go to school? Because they didn't get exposed to all of this. The scientific temper, when does it come in? It comes in when children are energized, they are given thought-provoking activities, they're given the fun of discovery. So all of that forms a component of scientific temper. The spirit of inquiry, asking questions, discovering it on their own, feeling, touching, all those sensory learnings. So all that comes in under the scientific temper. But we didn't move there. We simply said there is more course, there is more curriculum, there is an exam, and the enthusiasm of the kids from 3 to 8 got killed so badly. That is the reason why there is a big worry on the dropout rate of the children. Children didn't want to go to school. So with that in mind, the second part comes to evidence-based learning. The other evidence came in, and it was quite a shocker when the PISA report showed us at 72nd position. So that again, rung all the alarm bells, and everybody sat up to say, what is it that's going wrong? And of course, ASER followed it up along with reports saying out of, the 8th standards, 25% of the 8th standards can't read a second standard textbook. And that's very telling. So today, we are not in the same situation as NCF 2005. We've moved ahead. There is demand, and therefore, the supply has to be given, which means each one of us, whether educators or all the other stakeholders, are going to demand, and there is going to be a lot of accountability of ensuring that this happens. And if you see, there's a lot of collaboration happening at all levels of the government, as well as the ones who are actually involved in policy making and the executioners. So this network that has been established now in the year 2020 is going to ensure, no matter what the hurdles are or impediments, it will see progress in some sense. So therefore, I'm very optimistic. So what has changed? Everything's changed. It will be done now. Which was in the textbooks will now actually be actionable points in the classroom. So Anita ji.
Thank you so much, Malini ji. It gives us such a hope to know that definitely there is going to be a lot of development of scientific temper through various pedagogies and experiential learning, as you said, evidence-based learning. Because since the time of partition, 1947, everybody, the goal was to develop that scientific temper. And of course, we have progressed a lot, but still our teaching has not moved forward the way it should have been. So thank you so much for showing the spirit of moving forward with a lot of hope. Thank you so much. Again, coming back to Dr. Goel. And Dr. Pandey has also referred to that the curriculum is going to be leaner now. And since being in SCRT, you are working with NCRT also in developing books. And all the books are going to have core material also with discussion, analysis, examples, applications, etc. So would like you to elaborate on how it is going to be flexible and how the content is going to be curtailed in our textbooks as well.
See, ma'am. I think the idea was elaborated by Dr. Pandey very well. And the rest of the things, they have to be, clarity has to be brought in as and when we sit together. And I think no institution as such, whether that be NCRT or SCRTs, can say with exact clarity how it is going to happen. We are together developing clarities on these issues. That is the scenario. We were expecting this National Curriculum Framework of School Education by December 2020. But somehow now NCRT is saying that by March 31st, 2021, they will be bringing out this NCFSC. And once this NCFSC comes, then I think things will start moving. And we can expect that next 1.5 years or maybe 2 years also will be required to, the textual material, the textbook shape, converting the NCF into textbook shape. So we will have to, wait for that much time. But as far as, how it will be done or whether it is doable, this a lot of learning we all had in this corona period itself. CBSC came out with a decision that 30% syllabus has to be cut. Initially, we were not clear how it is going to happen. But when we sat together that and the mapping of the competencies we started doing, then we found that yes, it can be done if we effectively map the competencies of different topics across the subjects, then easily it can be done. In Haryana school education system, the government has announced that from February 1st, they will be starting schooling from they started this opening of schools for the middle class from class 1 to 8, from 6 to 8. They will be on from 1st of February. So when students come in physical mode, so how we have to plan for the next 4 years, February, March, April, and May. So the 100% curriculum, again, that has to be covered into 4 months. So again, that exercise has to be taken up, and that will happen according to the competencies. We are fortunate that in last few years, this mapping of competencies and learning outcomes, it has been done in NCRT as well as SCRTs, maybe some other agencies also, and we will be doing that. But as far as this flexibility part is concerned, Dr. Ashok Pandey, he said about the challenges, he discussed about the challenges, and we will have to wait for how this higher education system or authorities dealing with the higher education, how they come out with the solutions, particularly this this domain of admissions into high stake courses like engineering, medicine, and management. So what sort of changes, some of the changes, no doubt, we have started seeing in the pipeline, like multiple occasions, this engineering examination and medical examination, and TA will be conducting, twice or thrice a year. And then will come the issue, what kind of subject combinations will be required. I think those entrance examinations, they will be designed more on the aptitude kind of things. And when that happens, if aptitude mapping is done through those entrance examinations, then this sanctity of physics and chemistry and overemphasis on the science subjects and the few selected subjects, the challenge we are facing in the school system, I think we will come out with those solutions. And Madam Malini Narayanan, she has put forward a hope, optimism that we can see the willpower from the top level. And this everyone can feel. Particularly those who are into the decision-making seats and the discussion platforms. So the multiple ways these discussions have started, and this brainstorming sessions have started. The NEP decision, this Google tracker for this NEP decisions that has been started by MHRD and all those agencies which are involved in decision making, be that state governments, be that this training and training agencies, NCRT, whatever decisions are being taken, everyone who is interested into the system of education can track those decisions. So this gives us an hope that we will be able to come forward with this change syllabi, change content, change textbooks, and leaner and flexible choices. No doubt this flexibility in choices, or doing away with the watertight compartmentalization of this science stream, art stream, and commerce stream, vocational, non-vocational, curricular, extracurricular. This is easier, saying that than done. It's no doubt it's challenging, but how the higher education system responds to this, and how our testing agency, this NTA has to give answer to a lot of questions. UGC has to give answer to a lot of questions, and rest part is our mindset. As Dr. Ashok Pandey, that challenge is with us school leaders. So together, I think we will be able to, realize the vision of the policy.
Thank you, Dr. Goel, because right now we are in 21 and 21-22 session is going to start very soon. And then if we are looking at new textbooks and new content material by 23 or 24. Yeah. So short term, I think we would definitely come out with the content and the curriculum for the next 2 years. So that would be a short-term goal, and long-term goals we'll have to achieve and we'll have to figure out all together. Thank you so much. And again, Dr. Pandey, coming back to you. I have already spoken about hard separation among arts and humanities. Now, the same question is still persisting in my mind. Although you have said that the higher educational institutions, they have to take a call, and as Dr. Goel says, NT also has to take a call. So how is it going to affect our batches who are going to pass in the year 22 and 23, our grade 12 batches? Because I think parents are anxious, teachers are anxious, our students are anxious, schools are anxious. So how it is going to be when children, they pass out in 22 and 23?
Yeah, Anitaji, thank you very much. Your question I'll answer. 2 or 3 things I just want to jump on. Dr. Goel has said a lot of good things, and it gives a lot of clarity. But you know, this syllabus reduction, which CBSE did, that was because of the pandemic. But even before that, there was a talk in NCERT that the entire curriculum will be reduced by 25%. And some work was being done. So what has happened is that NCERT's homework of reducing the syllabus and CBSE's action of actually reducing the syllabus by 30%, I think both of them are going to be symbiotic in such a way that national curriculum framework, which is due in March, will be reflecting all those, right? And this NCF 21 now we can say in March is not a short term. It is going to be, you know, going on along the implementation of NEP 20. Now, coming to your question, you know, the NEP implementation, in fact, the whole NEP, let me tell you, has a shelf life of 30 years. Now, those 30 years, 10 years of implementation and 10 years of reaping the fruits of that. And the last 30 years preparing for the next education policy, right? And reviewing and evaluating and things like that. So when we are into the implementation phase, let me tell you, implementation has a protocol. And the protocol is that if we implement it, let us say in 2021, just for example, then it will not be affected by 10th class and 12th class students, okay? It will be for class 9. And then they will go to class 10 next year and they will be following that. Similarly for class 11 and then next year 12th. So the year it is implemented, class 10 and 12th will go by the old system only. So that is not the worry that the schools or the parents should have, because that is the very simple standard protocol of any implementation. So this is one thing. The second thing is you talked about that interdisciplinarity, you know, and I think I remember my own college days. I was a student of Allahabad universities in late 70s and early 80s. And let me tell you, as a science student, UGC had a plan that we had to take one liberal arts subject. And in a week, twice, we were going to the liberal arts faculty and attend the classes. And likewise, humanities students used to come to science faculty to do a course in science subject. Imagine what progressive thought was that decades ago. And today we are saying that, no, we are so, you know, separated from each other that we don't want to look at each other being a science stream or humanities stream. If you ask me, I'm nobody, but let me give you a very audacious suggestion. If physics, chemistry, and mathematics is a must for becoming an engineer, I think add psychology or economics or sociology or history to make them a good engineer, right? And if economics and political science is going to make them a great social scientist, give them a course in scientific principles so that they can do an authentic and seminal research in their field. I think that is the kind of complementarity that we have to bring. And therefore, I think if nobody else does, I'm giving a suggestion here that we can do it in our schools. And if anybody questions us, Anita, we can always, you see, I'm keeping this copy here. Can you see this? And we can always throw it on the face of those people and tell them para by para that this whole NEP says that you can innovate, you can improvise, you go ahead and do whatever you like, you train your teachers like that. You know, so I think we can take some shelter under those, you know, bold ideas in this, and we can teach whatever we like. Of course, 10th and 12th, whatever we say, we will have to abide by the board and the education ministry, but let us prepare our children for the future. This policy talks about excellence for everybody, and excellence not for today, next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And as I said, 30 years of shelf life. So the children who are coming to nursery in our schools this year, I think after 20 years, they should be the role models that this is what this policy gave us, and this is what my teachers did for me.
So we wish we can go back to nursery classes again.
Yeah.
that we can become that wholesome, that there is no hard separation of subjects. And you very
No.
rightly you have put it. There was a time when science students would think that, okay, we are science students and commerce and humanities is a lesser lot. So bringing all the subjects together definitely makes any student or any person a good human being as well.
Yeah.
It is not for professional life, it is for the lifelong learning as well.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So thank you, Dr. Pandey, for elaborating on the subject with your thoughts and your progressive ideas. Malini ji, again forwarding the same thought process further. NEP also states that introduction of 21st century skills such as artificial intelligence, design thinking, mathematical thinking, computational thinking in the school curriculum at different levels is a welcome step. What kind of changes in infrastructure and human resources? Now, when I talk about human resources, because right now, many people might be having that mathematical thinking or computational thinking is only for mathematics teachers, whereas it is other way. So what should we expect in order to successfully achieve this objective of having all these 21st century skills embedded in a school system? So my question again, I'll reiterate my question. What kind of changes in infrastructure and human resources are we expecting in order to successfully achieve this objective?
Anita ji, taking on from where Dr. Pandey left us and Rishi ji talked about, trimming the syllabus and all of that. So in the passage of reducing the content and delving deeper into the concepts, this factor comes in, because all these options that have been given are those that are going to fit into the slots that have been created. Because ultimately, for a child to be creative, a child to ask those questions, a child to reflect upon what is happening, you need time and space. And the trimming of the syllabus actually vacates the space so that all of this can be brought in. These are not courses that are going to be talked about and taught the way the main course syllabi are being dealt with. These are all hands-on. Therefore, it is through experience. It is learning every day by doing, and there is scope for the child to be creative and be his best with all of this. Now, when you really look at the hardware and the software, so-called, infrastructure and the human resource, um, keeping the lessons of the pandemic in mind, you actually need internet connection and one mobile. That's about all. But that's very simply put. But little building of, especially when you're talking about coding, etc., robotics, a little help with hardware in schools would be necessary, but these are not necessarily expensive. Resources are openware softwares which are available to all for learning, and therefore the expenditures that we are envisaging, we are only looking at connectivity and a device to look at. And so that would be the infrastructural requirement, high speed connectivity. In fact, that brings me to what Bill Gates said when everybody was given that little 1,000 rupees laptop. He says, why are you giving this? This is no use unless you give high speed connectivity to that child. What is he going to do with this thing, which is like another book lying at home? So the connection is the most important infrastructural requirement. Let's come to human resource. Now, this is where all our investment attention should be paid. You talked about AI, you talked about mathematical computation. When artificial intelligence was introduced by the CBSC, it was very, very clearly marked out that we are going to train your Hindi teachers, your Sanskrit teachers, and your art and craft teachers Don't send in your computer teachers for this at all. So all principals were quite astounded, because we thought that's another niche field which the computer teachers would then access and then cascade down to the school. But it was such a surprise, because artificial intelligence is everybody's game. It is something that everybody can pick up at any age. Coding is something that our teachers are learning, and a 50-year-old teacher in my school is the best coder, and this she has picked up during the pandemic. So therefore, today the world is a learning stage and access is available to all. What we have just done is, in the NEP, we've decluttered so that the children get space to do all that they love to do. And many of them have learned to do all of this. So mathematical computation, or skill thinking, are all leading, not subjects alone. We need to see the larger purpose of this whole thing. The larger purpose is to think beyond, to look for problems, for look for solutions. So all those neoteric thinkers that we are talking about are all going to be made from your pre-primary stage to later. I'm sure all of you have seen that report where China's WhatsApp message going about saying all our pre-primary nursery kids are coding away. So by the time they reach 12th standard, they're going to take over the coding world. So therefore, the action is a reflexive action, which is a needed action, because we are preparing for the future. So therefore, all the skills that are in the 21st century skill block, as we see, are all fitted in, and these are they amalgamate so beautifully. So therefore, everything is possible. Infrastructure is not going to be an impediment at all for anybody. The smallest school to put it in place. Human resource, the motivation for the teacher to pick up new skills, to retrain, to relearn, and be enthusiastic about picking up something new is what we need to do. So basically, motivation of the teachers, and like Rishiji said, change of mindsets. So I think teachers have always been lifelong learners, whether in classroom or outside. So a little nudge, a little push, a little certification would motivate them to take up those courses. And I think we'll be in the right direction.
Thank you, Malini ji. Thank you so much. Dr. Goel, recently there was a news in the newspaper that Haryana and Delhi, they are at a good spot, whereas states are concerned about innovations. So there was a marking of states which are doing well in originality and innovations. So Haryana also has got a good space, a good place. So how are we going to percolate it down to our school children so that they become innovators also? And of course, NEP is going to bring a lot of change in our pedagogy, but not only in writing, but again, implementing it at the primary stage, how the schools are going to implement this idea of making our children innovators.
Ji, ma'am. Thank you very much for noting this, that Delhi and Haryana, they have been identified by government as those who have done good work as far as this innovation is concerned. I would like to share that as far as this use of technology and online learning part is concerned. So when I joined SCRT, I was also astonished to to know this, that quite remotely located village schools, government school system, they are also doing very well. Madam Indu Bokan, who is the district education officer of Gurgaon itself, she shared some of the insights that how the participation of students she was able to increase, and how she was able to ensure participation of labor class parents in her PTMs. So that is really a success story. And very recently, this year, this national level science exhibition, and this Jawaharlal Nehru Science and Mathematical Exhibition. That is one flagship program of MHRD. So physically, it was not possible to conduct, but the level of participation we observed in the online mode, that was really surprising. So anyone can get hope out of it, that if remotely located government school system students and teachers, they can participate in online science exhibition, online Kala Utsav, and online toy making competition. So all these things, were shared by the officials working in the government school system, where already we are saying that there is a great digital divide. They don't have access to the mobile phones and all. That is one part. But despite that, some of the, the people with their own initiatives, they were able to change the scenario. They were able to ensure participation, enthusiasm from those things. So we are hopeful that this story will go ahead, and all of us together will be able to innovate. This you talked about the innovation.
Yes,
you
sir.
see this when Haryana government, when earlier it was seen that the way we conducted classes through Zoom platforms and WebEx platforms. So initially it was not possible in the government school system because of, again, access to these tools with very limited number. Then this telecasting the educational content on Diksha platform, on this satellite platform, these initiatives were taken up, and Haryana was again one of the few states, those who created this online content, the online content creation on Diksha platform. So Haryana has done this biggest contribution. And when I inquired about who are those teachers, the teachers placed in very remote locations, they traveled to either Gurgaon or Panchkula and recorded their lessons. So we can hope that in the coming years, we will be able to, transform the system. If in the government school system, the remote locations, without any, without any means or very lesser means, this can happen. So where resources are no bars, so we can do it all together. So I'm very hopeful. Madam Malini has also placed it like this. The issue is only of mindset. You see, talked about learning coding by Hindi teachers and Sanskrit teachers. So that is the real challenge. All the time, we tend to live in a very confined identities, either at the grade level teachers or at the subject level teachers. I think together, we school leaders together, we have to transcend the vision of the NEP 2020 to all the teachers across the subjects and across the grades, and taking parents as the important stakeholder, taking on board the parents as important stakeholders. And if we are somehow able to able to transfer this vision of NEP 2020 to the teachers, so I don't see any doubt in achieving the objectives. At least my belief has become firmer in all these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Goel, for the only thing that is needed is the vision, intent, and the will. So rest, everything falls into place. Thank you so much for giving this direction. And since I have time only for one question, last question, Malini ji. NEP talks about multilingualism at all levels. And Dr. Goel also said that even in the rural areas. So I think because language was not a barrier, and the children, they still, teachers and students, they all came up with various innovations. So, but then when it comes to our school system, how is it going to be different from the existing 3-language formula in middle school and 2-language formula in secondary school? according to NEP 2020.
Yeah, Anita ji, the multilingualism aspect that's been brought in, it's been brought in for a larger purpose. Like NEP always looks forward to the country at large. The entire concept was to bring the country together by creating awareness amongst the children, respect for each other's language, culture, and developing an understanding, right? So first is knowledge of India was the primary reason why we are talking about introducing multiple languages. At the school level, when we teach 3 languages, that is with the intention that the child has scope for building, and there is more scope for whether it's job opportunities, creating awareness, moving out, because many of the public schools would have foreign languages also, which is not debarred in the NEP. They say while you think local, the preparation for the global should always be there. If we are going to continue with the multiple languages, give the children the option of not just having English, Hindi, which many of the CBSE schools have, we can move on to adding more languages in place of your core subjects as well. That is the primary aim. Also understanding the classical languages of India. So the aim of this is not so much as to tweak with the school system and introduce 5 languages at a time. The very fact that they talked about mother tongue as the first language, and then adding languages as you go by, gives scope for the senior secondary children also to explore the world of languages. And after all, there is a direct correlation between language learning skills and intelligence, and there is enough research to show that the more languages the child acquires, the better is his adaptation to the world, understanding of the world, getting together with people, communicating with people, and developing as a whole person. So in the context of our school curriculum will give scope for children to choose other languages. But going back to that earlier question of sharing resources, school complexes, there, in fact, it's gone a step further. It says states can collaborate, neighboring states, and decide if they can exchange, teachers and offer teachers. Now, with technology being available, we don't even have to worry about teachers traveling across states. We can simply log on to a Telugu class or a Sanskrit class or a Hindi class or any other class that you want. So the access now has opened up. So everything that we initially thought may not be possible suddenly seems to be possible. So giving flexibility to the children to learn. So increasingly, as there is a lot of migration, and I'm sure Dr. Pandey would also agree that whichever country has located itself to one single language has never been able to cross boundaries and expound the same way as India has been able to. Though the binding language has always been English, but there is every child knows 3 languages. The last child will know 3 languages. In fact, that whether it's the language of the mother or at home, spoken at home or otherwise. So therefore, countries abroad have also understood that with so much of cross population happening because of migration, it is necessary to give multiple language access to all its students for understanding and building that trust amongst nations first, and then of course amongst even neighbors, immediate neighbors within the same town and country. So within the course curriculum, flexibility is possible. Even if the child decides, I want to do a 4th language, if that is incorporated in the curriculum, instead of doing another subject which he doesn't like, he could always opt for it. Similarly, those options, I'm sure, would be available at senior secondary level. We have so many languages which are already offered as alternate languages. This would just ensure that with technology, it is made possible. So I think that is how I look at it, because multilingualism is the way of the world and way of the future now.
Thank you, Malini ji. So I must thank
valedictory ceremony. I would request my co-host Anju ma'am to please take over.
Yeah. it's kind of hard to believe that so many hours are over. I mean, everything was so informative and the whole day has been really extremely productive. And we are here now with our valedictory function. And I just like to say one quote, that real education, dear friends, enhances the dignity of a human being and increases his or her self-respect. And that is what true education is about. And that's the kind of education that we are talking about. For our valedictory ceremony, it gives me great privilege to have amongst us our chief guest, Shri Prashant Panwar, IAS, ADC, Gurugram District. Welcome, sir. Thank you for your gracious presence.
We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me over. Thanks a lot.
So before we just go ahead, I'd just like to share with you that the last few hours have been so productive, and we've had such erudite speakers here on this stage, and it has been so refreshing, and it has been absolutely magnificent to hear them, and there has been a lot of discussions. So going ahead now, we will, after such fruitful sessions, we have a musical performance, and the name of the performance is Vande Mere Desh. This song emotes the gratitude each one of us has for our country. We will also take you now through this mesmerizing journey of beautiful hues of music. So just sit back, relax, and enjoy.
Love se ho chande, aao milke hum, love se ho chande. Vandan mere desh, tera vandan mere desh, Poojan arjan, abhinandan mere desh, vandan mere desh. Tera vandan mere desh, Poojan arjan, abhinandan mere desh.
तुझसे पाई माँ की ममता और पिता का प्यार, तेरे अनहवा पानी से दे हुई तैयार।
तुझसे पाई माँ की ममता और पिता का प्यार, तेरे अनहवा पानी से दे हुई तैयार। मिट्टी मिट्टी कब है चंदन मेरे देश, बंधन मेरे देश, तेरा बंधन मेरे देश, पूजन अर्चन अभिनंदन मेरे देश, बंधन मेरे देश, तेरा बंधन मेरे देश।
भिन्न भिन्न भाषाएं, भिन्न
Anju ma'am, I really agree with you. It was really a mesmerizing, beautiful musical journey. And congratulations to all the students who participated, and wonderful work by the team who really got it synchronized on this virtual platform so nicely. Taking the proceedings further, I now request Ma'am Aarti Chopra, Secretary GPSC, Principal Amity International School, Sector 46, Gurugram, to sum up today's session. Ma'am is a renowned educationist with a vision and a mission to take education to its zenith. I now take the privilege to request Ma'am to kindly take over.
Thank you, Rima. Jose Marti, the well-known Cuban writer and poet, once wrote that education has an inescapable duty to humanity to adapt us to the age in which we live, without turning us aside from the great and final objective of human life. Today, this duty has taken even a greater significance as we experience radical changes in our society due to the pandemic. A very good evening and warm welcome to all of you and to our respected chief guest for today, ADC Sir, to this valedictory session of 19th GPSC Annual Conference on Changing Landscapes, Futuristic Pathways for Education. This high-level conference, I must say, has definitely reiterated that education must provide students with the essential attributes they require for lifelong learning in whatever fields of endeavor they may choose. I'm really overwhelmed and beholden to each and every speaker whose sagacious and insightful thought truly motivated all of us today. My special thanks and sincere appreciation goes to our chief guest for the inaugural session, Shri Manoj Ahuja ji, IAS and Chairman CBSE, for taking out time and gracing this GPSC conference from his persevering schedule. We have heard that it takes a village to raise a child. In the same way, I believe it takes a community to educate our students by coordinating our resources to ensure student success. As Sir said, we have to focus on remedial attention so as to breach the gap between child and the curriculum. Rote learning should be shifted to natural learning, and National Education Policy 2020 should be adopted so that India becomes a global knowledge superpower. So your words of wisdom regarding child-friendly activity-based curriculum, toy-based pedagogy, early childhood care, holistic progress report card, and open and transparent experience have definitely enlightened all of us to open new vistas in education. As educators, we must recognize that life happens and our students don't live in a vacuum. Indeed, creating multiple pathways and interdisciplinary approach, we are paving future pathways to a true Sahodaya. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank you, sir, on behalf of the entire GPSC fraternity. The welcome dance based on the theme, Ek Bharat Shresth Bharat, truly mesmerized all of us, where children from Gurgaon Sahodaya schools showcase their talent in Kathak, Bharatnatyam, and Indian contemporary dance. Very hearty thanks to all the wonderful people who gathered here today to witness the unveiling ceremony of the GPSC souvenir. Blending of all aspects of learning into a holistic experience is the need of the hour. Learning truly has become an important core value in the 21st century. The GPSC e-magazine is a compendium to the beliefs and practices that have been embraced by the students and the schools of Gurugram to cultivate a culture of critical thinking, thus creating inquiring minds. Next in the line, I would like to offer my heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Aparna Iyer, Chairperson GPSC and Principal DAV Sector 14. Her annual report talked about the challenges we are facing in the field of education in 21st century. She propounded on the idea and fundamentals of GPSC while apprising the August gathering about the events and achievements for both students and teachers of the 37 participating schools of GPSC. She discussed about the need to empower students and teachers with multiple intelligences and apt use of technology to equip us for various challenges. She is hopeful for a better future and believes that education is indeed in safe hands. I'm also thankful to Shri P.K. Jain, one of the founder members of GPSC, who talked about how this 19th GPSC conference holds a special value as we all are meeting virtually during this tough times of pandemic. According to a report by UNESCO, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, more than 90% of young people around the world no longer attend physical school. Hope and resilience has been the cornerstone of 2020. As the Secretary GPSC and Principal of Amity International School Sector 46, I would like to thank all the principals who created an unforgettable memory through motivational medley song. We shall overcome, and we will have to overcome undoubtedly. The energy and exuberance of our leaders will surely permeate in our teachers and students. Hum sach mein honge kamyab. Dr. Harish Chaudhary's inspirational golden words inclined the path of the conference to one of its multifaceted aims. Dr. Harish Chaudhary, Assistant Professor, IIT Delhi, posited the idea of blended learning in the future. He believed that while India has been churning out brilliant documents on education system, what NEP needs is a good implementation. In his idea of blended learning, he advocates the use of technology, but emphasizes heavily on a sense of morality and sensitivity. He is of the opinion that education would be universalized in the coming years so as to benefit together. We must reduce our divides. To create a humane and stable society, we must breach our gaps, financial, social, emotional, and likewise. And for that, values and traditions are of utmost significance. In this unprecedented time, we need to set benchmarks for us and must instill, imbibe, and incorporate values and ethics in an integrated society. The first session, initiated with Professor M.M. Pant's stimulating speech, highlighting the importance of Bloom's taxonomy and how the first three levels of Bloom's taxonomy can be replaced by artificial intelligence. Humans grapple with the higher levels of the taxonomy, thus the emphasis on higher order thinking skills. He articulated that Benjamin Bloom made a significant contribution to education apart from taxonomy, which is propounded the need for both mastery, learning, and personalization of education. While the entire session was erudite and fruitful, the main takeaway was the idea of integrating technology with mundane mainstream teaching to understand and evolve with the constantly in flux learning styles all stakeholders in education are grappling with. The important thing is not to stop questioning. Curiosity has its own reason for existence. The second session commenced with a conversational dialogue between Dr. Amita Mullah-Wattal and Ms. Aditi Mishra, wherein our humble GPSC Sahodhya was lauded as inspirational by the esteemed dignitaries. Hearing the duologue was indeed a pleasure to the auditory senses. The session on a topic as formidable as redefining assessment, assessing skills in a changing landscape began with levity, with the picture juxtaposing assessment with the elephant in the room. Thus began a very, very engaging discourse using levity as a tool for bringing attention to assessment. The various stakeholders in education were informed that content is not king, but it is the question which is a king in assessment. Dr. Wattal, with her esteemed eloquence, propounded that there should be growth in learning as assessment should not drive learning, it should facilitate it. Session 3 began with a panel discussion with our esteemed guests, Dr. Deepak Ahuja, Dr. N. Madhuri Parthi, Dr. Indu Kaura, moderated by Dr. Anshu Arora, Principal, Amity International School, Sector 43, on the topic social and emotional learning, creating supporting learning environments for all. Delving deeply into the topic, the gambit of the session having begun with Dr. Deepak Ahuja, child specialist, who equated the pandemic and its unprecedented timings with increased health problems in children. He highlighted the various health problems that encumbering the children today, such as eye strain due to increased screen time and increased psychological and physical abuse against children in their homes. He also suggested a possibility of bullying in schools due to a surge in weight gain among students. Taking the discourse forward, we had Dr. Indu Kaura, psychologist, who conjunctured skills for social and emotionally stable children. She very eloquently described the need to fill our environment with trust, respect, and support, and believed in giving opportunities to students to develop socio-emotional competence. Dr. N. Madhuri Parthi, Director Academics, Aravali Foundation, took the discourse to a higher elevated level with a sensitive acumen as she highlighted the need to empower teachers. She extended the idea that a happy, healthy classroom cannot exist without empowering and fostering happy teachers. Instead of having own esoteric idea of socio-emotional learning, she broaches the idea of formalizing SEL as a part of curriculum. The biggest takeaway from this session was to take care of one's health, to love oneself, and give in selflessly. It was practical, boundless, and engaging session. The fourth session plunged into talks on beyond COVID-19, embracing the new normal, the new definitions of SMS, sanitize, mask, social distancing, and it was given by the moderator, Ms. Charu Maini, Principal, DAV Public School, Sector 49, notably apprised everyone about the helm of affairs. We are at this stage of turmoil. Dr. Roma Kumar, Senior Consultant Psychologist, one of the panelists, emphasized upon the screen time setting and the importance of physical activity for children. Once the schools will reopen, we, the principals and teachers, have to come forward to reduce the negativity from the children as depression, anxiety, and panic attacks are increasing day by day. Dr. Rakesh Gupta, physician, Apollo Hospital, reiterated that we don't have to lower the guards against COVID, and vaccination shouldn't be used indiscriminately. School operating procedures must be followed and social distancing and norms should be maintained. Dr. Arvind Kumar, Chairman, Institute of Chest Surgery, Medanta, also accentuated the need of social distancing and wearing masks, mandatory hand washing for all students and staff at regular intervals as per the planned protocol following physical social distance norms may be ensured. Dr. Kumar re-stressed the importance of hygiene and avoiding infection at any cost. The biggest takeaway from the session was we need to bring forth our grit and resilience in order to face these tough times. The fifth session commenced with a question from this session's moderator, Ms. Anita Makkar, Principal, HDFC School. The national education policy looks at addressing various challenges, but ultimately its success will depend on many factors. To achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030, this policy will be game changer as it focuses on transforming India into a Vishwa Guru through the holistic, multidisciplinary, and flexible structure of education for both schools and colleges, as it is the need of the 21st century to nurture the unique brains of every student. Dr. Rishi Goel, Director, SCERT, pointed out Chapter 7 of National Education Policy, which talks about the governance system and how we have to build upon this idea that sharing is learning. He emphasized the importance that every child is entitled to get quality education. NCERT and SCERT together are developing and paving the way further in this approach. He also talked about the reduction of CBSE syllabus and the mapping of the competencies by the stakeholders. Taking the discourse further, Dr. Ashok Pandey, Director, Elcon Group of Schools, barbed upon the quantum of content and how it will affect the curriculum and change textbooks. Dr. Pandey complied that the major change will come at the foundational level. The vision for all the stakeholders must be from school to beyond school. We are extremely delighted to hear phenomenal thoughts of Mrs. Malini Narayan, Chairperson, NPSC, and Principal, Army Public School, Shankar Vihar. Mrs. Narayan pondered upon the thought that awareness level is the real game changer. Every child can succeed. It's just not on the same day and in the same way. The major takeaway of this discourse was to facilitate ourselves with an inclusive, participatory, and holistic approach, which takes into consideration field experiences, empirical research, stakeholders' feedback, as well as lesson learned from the practices. There was a beautiful video that was showcased during the valedictory session, and incredible and magnificent and marvelous. These are the three words that come to my mind after watching the awe-inspiring performance. The beautiful singing by the children, which is a powerful reflection of inner self of the GPSC Sahodaya schools. The entire planning and execution of the virtual conference got a lot of support from all the stakeholders of education. I'm sure that GPSC founder principals, the executive board, and all worthy members will continue their support in the future too, because when knowledge increases, wonder deepens. And we, the educators, continue to ignite minds as the biggest stakeholders of education. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for summing up the entire day's proceedings in a nutshell and giving us the takeaways from each session for all of us in 3 I's, and that is introspect, imbibe, and implement. Thank you, ma'am. Moving over to, I would like to share to all my present guests present here today, a short video which is very relevant and in sync with the theme of today's conference. This Telangana Art Integration video is a GPSC collaborative presentation.
Let's see an approach to education through the lens of art integration. We present to you the scholars of Gurugram who have spread the light of learning for Ek Bharat Shresht Bharat Abhiyan. GPSC spread its umbrella, and the renowned schools brought the light through the unique culmination of Haryana and Telangana. Numerous activities came on row, and we present to you this delighting show.
Come and witness Kalamkari and Serial art forms if you want a flavor of how creativity is to be performed. Social science, English and Hindi integrated this art to establish the bridge between Haryana and Telangana's chart.
The potters shook hands with Bidri art and contributed their creative part. Fabric tours and designing then reached the gullies of education and presented a perfect integration. Electricity then took the limelight and showed the learning a path towards bright. The art of Mugalu taught symmetry to convey the message of a united country. Micrography and picture illustration then took to stage and presented the state affairs in their true state.
Festivals of Tej, Makar Sankranti and Bathukamma brought in the colors and showed education how to improve its flavors.
Pop-ups of places next guided the way. The nutritive food grains taught us never to stray. Decorating and beautifying came next, with online learning of dance and art forms as its pretext. Designing posters, brochures and comics was taken in the spoon. Therefore, apps and computer applications proved to be a boon. Social science, science and IT integrated this art to establish the bridge between Haryana and Telangana's chart.
Jewelry designing and quilling opened new vistas and further colored the education fiesta. Pre and post lockdown pollution levels were presented artistically to accommodate mathematics and science sophisticatedly. Next came the puppet show that enlightened everyone and gave education a unique glow. Social science, English and EVS integrated this art to establish the bridge between Haryana and Telangana's chart.
Role plays, stories and poetry are liked by all. It gave everyone an enthrall. Wildlife was compared, as without learning, the landscape one is impaired.
Craft and clay modeling was adopted to make the gullies of history unfolded. Representing the monuments was done artistically, as fitness paid a visit to this gully. Learning the symmetry of heritage is a true advantage, as it is our historical vintage.
Writers and thinkers are our flag bearers as they show the path to educational development clearer. Science and Hindi are explored as musical instruments and slangs are employed. Banjara and Dokra metal art gave learning and research a new kickstart.
Minerals were presented digitally, as the tessellations and newspapers were presented creatively. Social science, science, and mathematics integrated this art to establish the bridge between Haryana and Telangana's chart. CD spinners and greeting cards, designed beautifully, were accompanied by diary designing creatively.
Integration has become the perfect solution as everyone has taken this creative resolution. Let's move ahead and contribute to this revolution as education and learning has realized its dream and fulfilled its imagination. We have a long way to go and spread forth the light of learning. Art integration is the foremost stepping stone in this voyage of exploring. Let us go ahead together as one, as Ek Bharat Shreshtha Bharat is our uniting sun. Thank you.
What a magnificent presentation that was. In fact, it's a capsule of everything that was spoken today, of how art and education, academics, in fact, the whole country can be integrated together. That is the power of art. That is the power of education. Now, taking our proceedings further, I would like to welcome our chief guest once again. Sir, our honorable chief guest for the day, Shri Prashant Panwar, ADC Gurugram, is from the IAS batch 2015, Haryana cadre. He is BE Mechanical from Delhi College of Engineering, an MBA International Business from the Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, and Masters in Public Management from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. In his capacity, Sir has served as SDM Noon, SDM Sonipat, Additional DC Yamunanagar, Additional MD HSIIDC, MD Integrated Multimodal Linguistics Hub Project, MD Global City Project, and MD Mass Rapid Transit System. We are really grateful, sir, to you for gracing this occasion with your presence. And now I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you so much. I'd first like to thank Ms. Aarti, Principal, Amity International School, and Secretary for the Progressive Schools Council from the district Gurugram. When she called me, I think some 2 weeks back, and she told me about this gathering and this seminar. So I immediately agreed to it because it's always nice to go back to educational institutions, and more so to hearing from people from the academia who will be actually shaping the minds of millions and millions of students. So thank you for having me here. When I joined, Ms. Malini Narayan was talking about the new education policy, I think, and I sort of heard the last 2-3 minutes of what she was saying. And that sort of provides us a very good encapsulation or gist of the entire seminar that we're having today, with Changing Landscapes, Futuristic Pathways for Education. The idea of holistic learning, like my idea of holistic learning, when I talk to people from my district, from people from the education department, is that how I look at schools and various educational institutions is that society has somewhat lost touch. And lost touch, when I say lost touch, it's primarily related to the government educational institutions and more so schools. From my limited experience in this administrative background, one thing I've noticed is that the reason government schools are floundering vis-a-vis private schools, and when I say floundering, it's not necessarily the results, because as far as the results are concerned, we're doing pretty much okay. But as one of the sessions from today's seminar is based on skills. So we hear this thing from industry time and again, that the skills that we're imparting our students does not actually match the requirements. And at the end of it, I I wonder, is it the mass exodus of the middle class from the government schools, where primarily the monitoring has, left a huge vacuum which needs to be filled up from organizations like Saudi? Because I'm a firm believer that if something is monitored and measured, it gets corrected over time. And the whole idea of this Saudi, I read about this Saudi institution and how it started off with the theme of rising together. I think it's extremely important and relevant in today's time, when we can share resources, when we can share faculty across schools, across educational institutions, so that that monitoring aspect is taken care of, and at the end of the day we are able to impart those sort of skills which are actually required by the industry. And I'm a firm believer in the fact that probably if the last decade, or probably if I say the last 2-3 decades, belong to rote learning, and when we switched over to the new century, critical learning has taken a forefront. I think in the coming 10 to 15 years, we'd see emotional quotient, or EQ, dislodging IQ across platform. It's not just educational institutions, so probably the companies or the industry looking for people with high EQ vis-a-vis IQ. So I think if we look at it in totality, I think Saudi brings together a unique mix wherein a lot can be learned from various educational institutions and people from the academia who had extremely rich experience across a variety of fields. Now, the topic that we're having today, changing landscapes, futuristic pathways for education. I thought I'd share a small example with you all, since we've been, we're still witnessing, in fact, we're living through the pandemic even now. So for futuristic planning, I'll just share a small example with you. When the pandemic struck India in the month of March 2020, everyone was grappling with the fact that we're short of medical supplies, and PPE was the keyword, right? The personal protective equipment was the keyword. Everybody was just looking for it. That India does not have that sort of capacity, capability. We do not have the requisite stocks, and when the push comes to shove, we probably flounder as far as the medical equipment is concerned. So I'll just tell you the story that what our team did in Gurugram. So there's an organization by the name of Citra. It's based out of Coimbatore, and it's probably, I think, one of the 4 organizations in India which tests those PPE equipment and provides a certificate. Only those tested and certified PPE kits are sort of accepted by the medical institutions and the health facilities at large. So the futuristic planning that that we did over that period of time, if I can just encompass those in 5 words, that we oriented our team to face the challenge. We sent out our resources to explore. We build various scenarios, like how will we source the raw material, how will we get it done, how will we transfer the build up fine finished products to various medical facilities. And we had to act in time also, and at the end of it, to monitor the entire exercise. So if I can replicate all that to the field of education also, I think we have to have a very nimble and flexible approach as we go along, because I think 2020 has sort of given us a taste of how things
can pan out. I mean, nobody would have imagined that we'd have an entire year lost because of the pandemic, and the entire education, entire exercise will shift to an online medium. So I think we have to be extremely flexible. We have to be extremely nimble. I think we have to learn from our counterparts. We have to learn from our colleagues. We have to learn from our competition. And I think Sahodaya, as a council, as an organization, brings together an excellent mix where not just schools across the various platforms. I think can learn from such a situation where the resources are shared, where the learnings are imparted, where the experiences are shared. So I think it's an excellent platform, and I'd request Aarti ma'am to share all the presentations with me, whatever has happened during the entire day, so that I'll share those presentations with my education department here in the district and probably the state as well. So thank you for having me over. I see that we have close to 253 participants in addition to the number of speakers that we have. So it's a gathering which probably fill an entire hall. So thank you everyone for having me over, and I wish each and every one of you all the very best, and stay safe, stay sound, and thank you. Thanks a lot.
We would like to thank you, sir, for taking out your precious time and sharing your thoughts and furthering and throwing more light on today's theme. And no function, no conference can be complete without a vote of thanks. Aarti ma'am has already comprehensively talked about the whole program and thanked each and every person. I'd simply like to say, from the whole fraternity, a heartfelt thanks to each and every person who has made this humongous task possible today. Amazing it has been, the first virtual GPSC conference, and there are so many minds, so many brains, so many people behind this, and ultimately it has turned out to be a magnificent success. Indeed, it was a wonderful and a very enriching experience. Thank you all once again.